Matsagar, Professor, IIT Delhi. Dr. Vasant Matsagar is currently serving as Professor, Dogra Chair and in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, India Institute of Technology, IIT Delhi. Can we please have a huge round of applause for our Honorable Chairman, please? And the rapporteur, Dr. Taraka Balla, CSIR, CRRI. Moving on, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Mamulat SL. Can we please have a huge round of applause for each of our panelists? I would like to call upon stage K. Suryanarayana. Up next, Anush K. Chandrappa. S. Mamulat. Anand Muthusamy. B.S. Sindhu. Thank you and welcome to all the panelists. I would like to hand over to our Honorable Chairman, Professor Vasant Matsagar. Looking forward to a very informative session. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. It is my pleasure to welcome you for this session, technical session number 6 on future of infrastructure engineering, smart and sustainable materials. Today in this future of infrastructure engineering, smart and sustainable materials conference. Obviously, in the transport infrastructure, the role played by advanced materials and systems plays a crucial role. And these days, almost everywhere, starting even from our cell phones to all aspects of life, we are going towards smart. And obviously, as engineers, our duty is to make our structures also smart and even the materials also smart. So we are looking forward for hearing from our expert speakers today as to what are the smart ways of developing the infrastructure, particularly in transportation infrastructure. In addition, obviously, because of the significant issues related to climate change, sustainability is one of the significant aspects worldwide we are looking into. Especially after the Paris conference, we are much concerned with the carbon footprint of whatever construction materials that we are using. And thereby, if we have to achieve net zero, then we need to have some steps, some concrete steps taken right from the beginning. And concrete is one of the very popularly used or extensively used material only after water that human being consume, and therefore sustainability of concrete and concrete infrastructure becomes prominent, extremely important. I'm glad that Dr. Taraka Balla is a rapporteur for this and helping me in conducting this session. So without further ado, I would like to request the first speaker to come and deliver his presentation for about 8 minutes. The first speaker is Mr. Stanislav Mamulat, who holds a master's degree in engineering psychology from Moscow State University and MBA from PricewaterhouseCoopers Academy, and he also holds a diploma in corporate director from Financial University under Government of Russia. He has a long CV. He has a lot of accolades with him, but just for the sake of time, as we are little running late, so I would request Mr. Mamulat to present his first talk on biotechnological and complex mineral binders for strengthening and reclamation of coastal and shelf soils to increase the stability of transport infrastructure. Mr. Mamulat, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much for opportunity to report deliver our thoughts and developments to so honorable auditory and In my professional life, I have also experience. I was co-founder and the vice president of the Russia's largest cement company, cement production company. And from that time, I'm involved in developments and researches for new mineral materials. Later, I was working for coke industries for bitumen business, and so organic binders also my lovely issue. And in this report, I briefly explain our directions of our work for mineral and bio-mineral products and developments for binders, I mean, and exactly more oriented for hydraulic construction and for construction on the weak soils, for on swamps. Okay, I will tell about this. I have we are positioning that job or those developments on the different levels and with different government structures, including Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Construction, Ministry of Regional Development and Arctic, and because we work with industrial wastes to produce some of binders, also with Ministry of Nature Resources and Ecology, Environment, and that direction, I mean, base stabilization, foundation, soil stabilization, is very important for Russia because mostly 2/3 of Russia territory is covered by permafrost soils and weak soils. And they are not just close to oceans or to sea and or rivers, but this is, let's say, the whole territory, like main part of Siberia or Far East. And maybe you know that that territory is more now feel the largest impact from the climate changes. We have such results in Russia. On the right picture there is a result of methane coming from the swamp after the heating, after the warming of permafrost. And on the left picture, the result of the flood after the, flood after the strong wind in the close to the sea, which in Rostov region increased the level of the water, soil water, and after that base of the road was broken. There are a lot of interesting researches and developments in that field. I mean, in hydraulic binders, and also very interesting direction of studying the most strongest and the most long-lasting binders. On this picture, binders, concretes in the sea from Roman cement, so-called, and this is calcium and lime and okay, this is lime and puzzolana binder, which, how we can see, still working in pretty good position. But in the same time, we have, I think we know that there are more and more new, very high capacity, very interesting equipment for different kinds of soil stabilization, soil strengthening, recyclers, mixers, deep mixing systems. And we have developed we have results of good and pretty deep studies in lab for different kinds of binders, and some of them we have tried already in the fields, on the sites, and those groups are, which briefly I will show today, are geopolymers and slag cements from energy, ash, and from metallurgical slags. Then exactly metallurgical slags with for offshore soils, then sulfur concrete materials, different kinds, heating and mixing on the plant and mixing on the site. And we had this report yesterday. My partner, Mr. Vasiliev, has reported. And the fourth one is biocementation using calcium sludge and organic wastes as the enzyme, as a meal for bacteria. Geopolymers with slag cement, we have tried on several sites, but the most interesting, impressive is using this in North River, which is pretty close to polar. So this is higher polar cycle, North Dvina River, and we have made samples of samples from the materials using local soil from river, mixed with our binder, and have results for mostly 3 years already, and those materials were binding in strengthening in water on the coast close to water, and 3 years later you can see those pictures are 3 years later after the experiment. This we have on the weak soil strengthening by using recycling machines. Also have good result for heavy. That site is for just parking for heavy equipment in logistic park. here, here is the picture, the site in Yakutia, is the coldest Russian region. In winter time, it's up to -70 degrees, and that road on the left before the stabilization, and the right after stabilization, and later it was covered by double chip seal layer, and it's operating till now, mostly 10 years now. Same situation. This is a picture for on the site before, on the site of construction gas pipeline, North Stream in northwest region of Russia. Upper pictures before, and lower pictures after base stabilization. So we have also experience to produce bricks from that, and I want to show important experience. Our partners from South Russian University, together with Hong Kong University, they have made trials for hydraulic structures in Hong Kong, and using also offshore and onshore equipment, land-based, for deep cement mixing machine. The difference of using this kind of construction, I mean binders with local soil stabilization, mostly 3 times cheaper, exactly in Arctic zone, where logistic is pretty difficult. So I'm sorry, so time? Okay, I'm finishing. And very interesting, very promising direction is biocementation. By using Pasterius bacterials, we have reached the strength of concrete up to 50 megapascals, and that concrete is self-healing. So we have, after the testing, we have crushed that and then made again mixing with the water, and it became again around 400 megapascals, 40 megapascals strength. All those issues also important from environmental point of view, because the largest income to the heating gas in atmosphere is ocean, and the volumes of carbon dioxide in ocean is 10 times more, and controlling that level is very important, and so hydraulic procedures are important from environmental point of view, even more than in atmospheric. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamula. We will take the questions from the audience towards the end of the session. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to invite the next speaker. The next speaker today is Mr. K. Surya Narayana. He will be talking about rehabilitation of distressed pre-stressed concrete girder of Tungabhadra River Bridge using carbon fiber reinforced polymer sheets, a rapid and sustainable strengthening solution. It's my pleasant duty to introduce to you the speaker, Mr. Surya Narayana, who is currently serving as Senior Structural Engineer at Cube Highways Technologies Private Limited, having 13 years of experience in structural design, bridge engineering, highway asset management, and others. He is also involved in technical due diligence, structural audits, structural design, and capex estimation for national highway assets, including TOT and SPV projects. I request Mr. Surya Narayan to please deliver his presentation.
Respected speakers on the dais and off the dais, a very good morning to one and all. So myself, I'm Surya Narayana Kadali, working as a senior engineer with Cube Highways Technologies Private Limited. So at present, Cube Highways manages around 30 plus assets across India. So as I'm a part of our structures team, so our responsibility is to conduct the tech DDs, structure audits, and also propose the various repair and rehabilitation methodologies. This is next. On one of our assets, we have just rehabilitated one of the PSC girder by using the CFRP. So this is the case study which I'm going to explain now. So this is the topic is rehabilitation of distressed PSC girder in Tungabhadra Bridge using CFRP. So these are the contents of my presentation. So I will start with introduction and problem statement. I will explain the rehabilitation strategy and also the conclusions and references. So coming to the introduction part, as I said you that we have 30 plus assets across India. So we come across different types of structures at different ages. In fact, some of the bridges are constructed during the 1950s, 1960s, and even 1970s. So at the time of construction, the loading standards are different. Right now, the loading standards are completely different. So there is an increase in the loading standards. So that what happens is due to the present day low traffic conditions, these old bridges are experiencing overweight cargoes and overdimensional cargoes. So, and also due to the age factor also, there is a severity and also environmental factors also. There is a common distresses which we have observed is actually cracking, spalling, and exposure of reinforcement. So in addition to that, so if it is a PSC girder, so generally sometimes we also observe loss of pre-stress. So this is one of the main concern today. So the regular methodology, regular repair methodologies like traditional methods, actually section enlargement and steel plate bonding actually add some weight to the girder and which adds some dead load to the structure. And also sometimes if it is totally damaged, then we recommend for a reconstruction of superstructure. Whereas in the case of only loss of pre-stress, generally we recommend to conduct the external pre-stressing only. But actually various researchers have mentioned that, so due to the external pre-stressing, due to the reversal of stresses, so there is an additional cracks will get developed. So and again, all these methods also involves a lot of cost, a lot of time and effort. So for that, actually, we need some other method that has a capability of very rapid to install and also works under live load traffic conditions and very economic. And the main point is it must be economical. So there is a lot of opportunity for the new materials. So out of that, actually, we have selected CFRP based on the various literatures. So this is the bridge which we have considered. This is a bridge located in Tungabhadra. So the right side of the bridge is actually old bridge, which is constructed in the year 1957. So almost 68 years old bridge, which is carrying the present live load conditions. So it is 32 spans, 19.4 meters span length and 8.6 meter deck width. And also this type of superstructure is PSC. And the bearings are elastomeric bearings. So this came into limelight actually in the year 2021. So as a part of our duty, actually when we went to visual inspection, we have observed that so the concrete at the soffit of the girder is actually spalled and there is a lot of reinforcement exposed and also vertical and diagonal cracks were observed on the girder, even on the PSC girder. So in 2021, we have observed that there is a severe spalling and exposure of reinforcement was there on it. And the same year itself, we had just recommended that conventional methods like pressure coating shall be done, and also the soffit must be repaired with either micro concrete or PMM mortar. But when the team went to the site, actually, they started removing the loose concrete. So once they started removing the loose concrete, what they have observed is um, actually there is not only just the reinforcement is corroded, but also so the cables which are provided under the sheeting duct also get corroded, and also they have broken into parts. So there is, in fact, the bridge itself is not a PSC bridge. This is a conventional RCC. This is now becoming a conventional RCC bridge. So the root cause of this distress is basically the corrosion of the main bar reinforcement as well as loss of pre-stress. So to enhance the flexural carrying capacity of the girder, so we just recommended a CFRP laminates. So there are different types of, again, materials are there. One is carbon fiber, glass fiber reinforced, and also aramid fiber reinforced concrete. But out of that, carbon fiber reinforced laminates are better, higher tensile strength and higher toughness. So to further process the repair methodologies, then we need to assess what are the force demand that is coming on the girder. So we just analyzed with the GRIS analysis. We have done the STAT model, and we considered the present live load conditions, and we evaluated the force demand that is coming on the structure. So as per the ACI code, what it says is that in the girder itself can carry some part of some sort of load carrying capacity, but whatever the additional bending moment that is coming on the structure shall be designed for the CFRP. So based on that, we just designed the CFRP laminates and wrapping according to the ACI, in accordance with the ACI code. So this is the girder dimensions actually. So since the bottom reinforcement is corroded, so we have provided the additional reinforcement at the soffit of the girder, and then we have evaluated the bearing capacity. So these are the materials which we have used. One is carbon laminate and the other is carbon fiber wrapping. So this laminate, the dimensions of the laminate is 100 mm by 3 mm, whereas tensile strength is around 3000 Newton per mm square. Whereas for the fiber, we have used 500 mm by 0.25 mm thick wrapping, and the tensile strength is around 4900 Newton per mm square, and modulus of rigidity is also mentioned on the table. And compared to the conventional regular concrete repair methodologies, so these FRP offers certain advantages, because one of the major advantages which we found is actually we can work under the live load conditions. There is no need for us to again divert the traffic and do the repair. So we can repair once the traffic is on. So the repair strategy, so first of all, we have to restore the concrete. As per the ACI code suggests that there should be a good concrete, sound concrete substrate. So to start the repairing process. So for that, we have to, what we have done is to restore the delaminated concrete, and then we enhance the flexural load carrying capacity by using CFRP laminates, and also we improved the shear by providing the CFRP wrap. So this is the sequence of operations that we have executed for concrete repair, the soffit repair. So first we removed the delaminated concrete, and then we provided some additional reinforcement. We removed the concrete, provided the additional reinforcement, and then we poured the micro concreting. And code, again, as ACI code says that there should be some minimum bond between the existing concrete as the repair concrete. So for that purpose, we have poured flowable micro concreting, and proper bond should be maintained between the old and existing. So after that, again, the surface preparation, and we have added the adhesive material, and we started attaching those CFRP laminates, and whatever the entrapped air must be removed by applying the rolling pressure. Once this is cured, then we started wrapping it up with the carbon fiber sheets. So these are the sheets which we have used. So this is the process actually. So the soffit, we have used 3 carbon laminates of 100 mm by 3 mm thick, and for wrapping actually for 500 mm by 0.35 mm laminates which we have used, it's a double layer wrapping. So the main problem here is not the regular concrete distress. The main problem is the loss of pre-stress. So the loss of pre-stress and also the loss of load carrying capacity Loss of load carrying capacity, generally we need to enhance that flexural capacity by adding some additional reinforcement. So that reinforcement is in the form of a CFRP, laminates and wrapping. So since it does not involve in stopping the traffic and all, so it is very, by allowing that live traffic itself, we can, start the repair process, and very long term. So even in 2024 also we have conducted one more visual inspection. So in that also we have observed that there is the girder is working properly. There are no further cracks. There are no further deteriorations, and it is in good in condition. So that's why we can enhance the flexural capacity of any girder by using CFRP. So these are my references. So we followed IRC codes for design and ACA 220R for laminates design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suryanarayana, for your presentation. I would request again Mr. Mamula to present his second talk on conductive thermoplastic polymer composites for road infrastructure.
Thank you. This is final time for today. I will ask for your attention. This is a new approach and new number of materials, composite materials with polymers, and they are the part of our program using induction healing in the road pavement construction and maintenance. We developed this direction together with Moscow Institute of Steel and Alloys and Russian Economical University, where I'm head of lab for interoperation. And I will start from the end to explain the what does it mean, induction healing construction. Here, if we be able to make asphalt or polymer composite pavement be heating by, for example, ultra high wave frequency, ultra high frequency microwave heating induction, it's possible not delay pavement which has some cracks or routines, but just heat and make recompacting of it. And this approach is induction. Usually they call this induction healing, self-healing, but we call induction construction and maintenance. To do this, it's important to make mixed design for the composite, and we have already different directions for that. We have done just by modification bitumen binders. We involve into them crumb rubber, graphene particles, multi-volts nano tubes, nanocarbon tubes, and also micro-size particles of ferrites from the west. west of metal production. And by increasing induction conductivity of bitumen, we increasing the time, we decreasing the time of heating up to 120 degrees, what is enough for recompacting of asphalt binder, asphalt concrete pavement. And same pretty similar approach we use for other thermoplasts like sulfur. You know, sulfur is not organic, but it's still thermoplast, and we have good results in using sulfur as a binder, thermoplastic binder, together with the microwave heating for plant mixing production of sulfur concrete and on-place production of mixing concrete after the heating at the place, the layer of prepared mix, dry mix of material. So, and in this case, I will show exactly, can we start from the beginning now? Thank you, yeah. And here, I will demonstrate the new direction of that, our developments, using conducting polymers. So just make conductive, not bitumen, but exactly polymer, which could be both a binder for composite, for pavement composite. So these provide several new opportunities. So if we use conductive polymer as a binder, we can receive not just that maintenance, reheating maintenance opportunity, but also we could provide opportunity to heat pavement just by including, by turning on electricity, and for example for anti-frozen. And also we can use sensoric properties of such composite, for example for traffic control or for heavy loading control system. And in that we have some competitive additional properties compared to let's say regular self-healing induction healing asphalt which use steel fiber. It's clear what kind of properties, preferences, and as a main material we use PLA as the matrix and involve inside carbon black for cheap kind of carbon black as the additive to increase conclusion, conducting, and also multi-wall carbon nanotubes, what we have pretty cheap in Russia, up to $100 per kilo. And also after all of those properties, such composite or such polymer binder is could be pretty strong for biological influence, and so this is pretty promising material for road pavement construction. Special equipment we need to involve nano-size additives into the bitumen, into the polymer. We use for that ultrasonic equipment and also microwave technologies are very helpful for mixing also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamulat. I would request now next presenter, Professor Anush Chandrappa from School of Infrastructure at IIT Bhubaneswar to deliver his presentation on construction and infiltration characteristics of pervious concrete pavement. Professor Chandrappa worked at Dilip Buildcon Limited and Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology before joining IIT Bhubaneswar. His research interest mainly focuses on pavement engineering with specific interest towards sustainable pavement materials, low impact development, urban heat island effect, and circular economy. Professor Chandrappa, please.
So, Namaste, good morning all. Today we will talk about construction and infiltration characteristics of pervious concrete pavement. It's a work done within our campus, in IIT campus, to construct and understand how the infiltration works in a porous concrete pavement. So if you see a typical urban area, we have around 35% of pavement built in the urban areas. So what happens is when you try to build a pavement, we're trying to convert natural ground into an impervious sealing surface, let's say. Now what happens with this kind of construction is that so there will be two things we can observe. One is change in hydrological aspects and temperature in surrounding environment. Typically, try to lay a black pavement. Black is absorbs more color, more heat, and releases heat in the evening time, causing UHI effect. At the same time, these being impervious pavement, whenever rainfall occurs, there is no enough drain for them the water to drain, and it builds up and causes kind of flooding situation. To do this, what happens is that if it's a typical theoretical hydrograph, in the pre-urbanization you can see there is huge amount of time of concentration, less amount of runoff. But if you see post-urbanization, we have huge amount of runoff, but less time of concentration. Due to this, we basically see kind of flooding in many metro cities like Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi and all. It's very common in heavy rain because there is no enough water to infiltrate, or there is no space for water to infiltrate. The question is, can stormwater drains and rainwater harvesters alone solve the issue? Obviously no, because the amount of water being generated by this surface is huge. So we cannot use only drains and harvesters to use consume this kind of water. So basically, if you see this kind of pictures, we're trying to show here they're trying to completely seal the ground, but for this kind of traffic loads, we don't basically need this kind of concrete kind of structures, because cycle or walkway, we don't huge amount of loads we don't see. So the issue is that, so do we need impervious pavement for non-motorized and parking applications? So if you see, we try to lay a complete dense pavement here, even a drop of water cannot infiltrate the surface. What happens, but when heavy rains occur, this will try to start runoff accumulate in the low-lying areas. So basically, if you see other country like China or let's say Serbia or Australia or US, they're trying to basically focus on pervious concrete pavement wherever possible. For example, if you see this kind of parking applications or within the, let's say, a community, or mostly wherever you see parking lot, they try to build something called as porous concrete pavement. Now the porous concrete pavement basically is a kind of concrete which is having around 20% air void. Due to this amount of air void, whatever rainwater actually comes will actually infiltrate the groundwater and help in reducing runoff quantity. Let us see a few things here. Now, pervious concrete has garnered good attention in worldwide as a good stormwater management practices. Its application is very limited due to lack of expertise and past performance data. Construction practice for pervious concrete is not much developed in India yet. So even though we have IRC 44 talks about pervious concrete mixed design, but we don't have much about how to construct the pavements. Then also how these kind of pavements can maintain also a very big question. So basically objective is to construct a pervious concrete pavement and evaluate its infiltration characteristics over time. So it is study done over 1 year duration. In 1 year we try to study around 4 cycles of infiltration by studying its infiltration characteristics. The scope includes design of reservoir layer for PCP system, mixation of pervious concrete, laying of pervious concrete, measuring infiltration capacity as per ASTM C1701 and inferences about the infiltration. Now to design pervious concrete we can refer this paper in IRC journal. This paper talks about how to design a reservoir layer. In the pervious concrete this plays a very major role because this is what will store the water from the rainfall. Now going to the study area. So we took our own department in IIT Bhubaneswar as a parking lot to study area. Now this area is basically made up of interlocking concrete block pavement. The end area around 140 square meter we used to build a pervious concrete layer. The agenda here is to see that this is basically having a higher gradient, this is having lower gradient. So whatever rainfall occurs here will flow towards from this parking lot and ends up in the porous concrete layer acting as a recharging pit. And this is a typical view. And then this is a cross section we used 150 mm pervious concrete slab, 300 mm reservoir layer and subgrade was there, and this has been designed as per Bhubaneswar's 5-year return period rainfall. And we used this much amount of cement and aggregate and water for the preparing of the pervious concrete mixtures. And we built around 15 slabs which are actually S1, S2 to S15. Now this S1 to S5 are in this side and the S11 to S15 are facing the interlocking concrete block pavement. So this built on July 2024. It's almost around 1.5 years now. So these are typical steps we followed. Preparing first subgrade, we try to first loosen the subgrade and compact it to 90% MDD. Then we built a reservoir layer. Basically it's a 40 and 10 size of aggregate and compacted it. Then we tried to use RMC concrete to lay the porous concrete. Different steps, spreading the concrete. Then so we took around within one night we built it. We started around 7 p.m. in the previous day and finished by 5 a.m. in the next morning. So we are trying to spread, then compact it using a plate compactor. Very typical how the finished surface looks like after compaction. So we're trying to basically, for each slab, we're trying to fill around 2,200 kg of material in the slab size. Typically, once we finished in the night, we're trying to cure with a wet gunny bag to prevent any kind of loss of water from the surface because they're quite open. The finished surface after construction. So we didn't do much focus on joints here because they are mainly used parking lots. Joints were kept open. We can obviously fill some kind of material later using maybe a rubber pad and so on. So for each slab to understand how infiltration works or how much infiltration to carry, we try to designate 5 sections here, like C1 in the I is the interior and C1, C2, C3 in the 4 different corners. We did infiltration test using a 300 mm diameter single infiltrometer ring, and this way we try to basically pour water with a known quantity and try to understand how much time the water takes to infiltrate completely from the particular slab. Then we try to also maintain it over a duration of 1 year using a simple power blower, because some amount of clogging happened because of ICBP. We'll see it later how it actually happened. And we try to clean it once in the 1 year duration. And the typical values of what we got infiltration, you can see for slab 1 it is built manually using a manual concrete. We didn't use RMC here. For other slab we use RMC concrete. You can see the infiltration rate. So over the different locations like C1, C2, interior, so and so. And then you can see here also, and for slab 11, 12, 13, and here you can see they're quite a bit low. The reason I will show you in the next slide. So what happened here is that during heavy rain, the sand from the ICBP used to, being washed away and then settle on the pervious concrete layer. So there's an issue with this, the ICBP, because the jointings and what we lay in these pavements used to, wear out and lay on the pervious slab. You can see this kind of sand deposition here, and this can be easily cleaned using the power blower. With the final result, you can see here, This is cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3. So after cleaning this cycle 4 here, in cycle 4 we are able to see a much better again infiltration, because once we clean with a simple power, let's say broom and all, we are able to again rejuvenate the slab infiltration, and this is much higher. You can see around 400, more than let's say 400 meter per day. It's huge amount of infiltration we can say. A small video can you play? The small video showing how it can easily infiltrate. Typical you can see. You can see huge amount of runoff being produced by different kind of impervious payments. You can see so the amount of runoff here. But if you go to pervious concrete layer, so whatever water is being coming on the system, everything was being infiltrated. That we were able to save good amount of runoff water, also recharge the groundwater in this kind of location. There is no runoff happening here. Everything goes into the system. Yeah. So finally, we ranked them into, let's say, fair, good, and excellent, because these were ranked good and fair because sand used to migrate from this particular payment into deposit here, but these were fairly protected. There was no kind of issue with clogging here, and this also giving good, excellent kind of infiltration characteristics. So from this, we try to recommend some kind of cross sections here. If it's unpaved area, we can go with this kind of cross section, put a curb here, so prevent any kind of mud or sand being percolating on the pervious system. If it's a paved area, obviously the water from the paved area can percolate into the pervious as well, helping in water recharge. The current view, almost it's 1.5 year now. It is used for sitting area, cycle parking, bike parking, and car parking areas. And this is a typical view. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chandrappa. Now I would request our next speaker, Mr. Anand Muthuswamy, to present his paper on progressive damage monitoring in concrete under monotonic loading using an integrated acoustic emission piezoelectric framework. Mr. Anand Muthuswamy is a civil engineer having 24 years of experience in highway and transport infrastructure development. His expertise cover project identification and appraisal, procurement, implementation, contract management, dispute resolution, and construction and maintenance of bridges. Mr. Muthuswamy, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is one. Thank you. Yeah, good morning. There is a profound thought in Tamil literature, Tirukural 427, Arivudayar Avadarivar, Arivilar Agdarivu Kalladar, which translates to intellectuals are those who foresee what is coming, and non-intellectuals are those who has not learned how to foresee. The true structural intelligence lies not in observing the visual damage, but in detecting the early warning signatures. Before I step into the sensors, signals, and indices, let's recall how the structures communicate with us. They do speak, but not in words. They express their discomfort, distress, and damage in indirect ways. They do not show the failure suddenly, but they cry silently. Interpretation of these signals will help us to foresee the failure. And this is why the structural health monitoring is gaining its popularity. The design life assumes ideal conditions, but in reality, bridges experience overloads, aging, fatigue, temperature effects, micro-cracking, etc. These bridges were designed for a finite design life, say 70 or 100, based on the assumptions made decades ago. Presently, most of the bridges are operating beyond their design life, making the structural condition increasingly uncertain. In addition to this, increased traffic volumes, heavier axial loads, they cause severe cyclic loading, accelerating the fatigue damage. The critical challenge is that damage is largely invisible. It develops internally long before they are visualized. Traditionally, interventions occurs only after the failure, once the damage becomes visible. SHM enables the shift from the reactive inspection to predictive assessment. This summarizes how the damage evolved in the concrete. The keynote takeaway is that most of the damage accumulates internally before the failure becomes visible, which is exactly where the monitoring and early diagnosis becomes essential. Just to recall, I have summarized some conventional SHM techniques. While each method is useful for a specific purpose, most of them rely on discrete inspection rather than the continuous monitoring. By the time most of the conventional methods detect the damage, cracking has already progressed too far to prevent the deterioration. Coming to the topic, acoustic emission wave sensors essentially listens to the structure. Whenever a microcrack initiates or grows inside the concrete, it releases a short burst of elastic stress waves. These waves propagate through the material and are detected by the AE sensor mounted in the surface. Unlike AE sensors, PSAT sensors track how the structure deforms. When the concrete deforms, a PSAT patch experiences a mechanical strain and produces a small voltage. The fusion of these AE and PSAT sensors connect the local damage with the overall structural behavior. This enables the crack detection tracking from growth to as well as in the real-time monitoring. Is PSAT new? Absolutely not. These case studies reveals AE and PSAT are well established. So the question now is no longer whether the AE and PSAT works, but it is how to extract the reliable, intelligent data from this. Building on this established foundation, we'll move on to the research gaps. AE and PSAT are mostly widely used in parallel rather than unified fusion frameworks. The systematic multi-level fusion at signal and future or decision levels are largely absent. ML has been applied mainly to multi-PSAT systems, while heterogeneous AE PSAT data remains underutilized. The main objective of this study is to develop a unified damage progression index by fusing AE and PSAT signals. These are the key instruments used for the hybrid sensing experimental study. This shows the experimental arrangements. The concrete cube mounted with AE and PSAT sensors was subjected to a monotonic loading under a compression testing machine. About 200 sets of raw voltage signals were detected, captured continuously and simultaneously using a digital oscilloscope. This is how the raw signals look like. To derive a meaningful damage progressive index from these raw signals, this methodology is adapted. AE and PSAT features were first extracted from the raw signals by using Python codes. Upon normalization and scaling, future validation plans were generated, and ML was applied to identify the future dominance. With the dominant feature, failure growth index from AE signal and root mean square deviation of the PSAT impedance was derived. With these FGI and root mean square deviation, the damage progression index was calculated. Accordingly, AE waveforms are extracted from the physics-based futures using the Python codes without using any proprietary softwares. These features are transformed into raw signals into a damage intelligent impacts. Likewise, PSAT, time domain, and impedance-based features were extracted using Python codes. These coupled AE and PSAT features directly link to the crack events with the stiffness degradation. The complete damage detection and monitoring framework has been grouped into 4 categories. In the group 1 proves that the crack is measurable from onset and damage progression follow the predictive patterns rather than sudden failure. The group 2 confirms that the AE captures fracture activity while PSAT captures stiffness degradation, and their coincidence verifies the real damage. The group 3 provides the damages are learnable, separable, enabling automatic classification and prediction using ML. The group 4 demonstrated that the fused indicators provide actionable intelligence for predictive structural health monitoring. These are the plots I have grouped under 4 categories. These are the group 1 plots. And these are the group 2 plots. Group 3 and group 4, these are the plots just I have listed. Due to time constraints, skipping this. Yeah, coming to the RF competition, this reveals the cumulative energy, AE energy, and the fracture growth matrix dominate the damage classifications, while PSAT energy and impedance confirm the structural degradation. Although many AE parameters are available, we focus on the predominant feature, the AE energy. By accumulating the AE energy in a normalized form, we derive the fracture failure growth index. In contrast, the changes in PSAT impedance reflects the stiffness degradation rather than individual cracking events. We therefore use RSMD relative to the undamaged baselines as a scalar measure of stiffness loss, which becomes dominant to the later damage detections. These two indices are physically and complementary to each other. This AEFGI captures the local fracture history, while PSAT RSMD captures the global stiffness. By fusing them, we get the DPI, which evolves with the damage and progress, provides a clear separation of damage stages, forming a robust system for real-time monitoring and damage classifications. This framework can support a digital twin remaining life error calculations and other AI-based damage classifications. This approach is scalable and can be networked to access the structures, enabling the data-driven infrastructure management. To summarize, the combined AE and PSAT sensing approach effectively captured the progressive transition from elastic to critical regimes. AE features reflected continuous microcrack events, and while PSAT parameters represented global stiffness. A fused DI reliably traced the entire life cycle of the damage. ML evaluated the signal fusion into a predictive intelligence. The implications of the real-world SHMs are profound. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muthuswamy, for your wonderful presentation. Our penultimate presentation is on expansion joint-free bridge deck system using bendable cementitious composites indigenous technology for Atmanirbhar Bharat, to be presented by Dr. B.S. Sindhu, who is currently serving as Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR Structural Engineering Research Center in Chennai, having more than 13 years of research experience. She has completed 12-month postdoctoral fellowship at Fraunhofer Institute in Germany, and she has received several accolades such as INA Young Engineer Award, IEI Young Engineer Award, ICI Best Paper, Best PhD Thesis, and so on. Without further ado, I would request Dr. Sindhu to present.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Professor, for the kind introduction. So I'm Sindhu from Structural Engineering Research Center, and I'm here to present on the technology that we have developed, which is a solution alternative for expansion joints, which are currently there in the bridges. So to start with, we all know that expansion joint is essential technology in the bridges, and there are different kinds of expansion joints based on the type of movements. Though it is an essential technique, there are quite a few drawbacks in the conventional expansion joints. So if we see, the durability and life of most of the bridges are affected by these expansion joints due to improper functioning, due to water leakage through the expansion joint, or stress built up due to improper functioning. And also, a lot of times these expansion joints need huge maintenance, and also they are very expensive. Also, as reported by the association IABSC, the life expectancy of expansion joint is much lower than the bridge itself. So the cost of replacement is also huge, and also this causes disruption to the traffic. So there are several solutions which are available as an alternative to these expansion joints, and one such technique is called link slab technique. So this has been introduced way long, the concept of link slabs, wherein instead of the conventional expansion joint, the same slab is being extended through even in the joint portion. But the drawback that was found in the link slab technique, and why it was not practically implemented, is that there is though the girders are separated, which are act as simply supported. The deck is continuous, and this deck undergoes negative bending moment. And in order to cater to this negative bending moment, heavy reinforcement is to be provided. And this causes several practical difficulties, and because of this, the technology was not widely accepted and not implemented. So in order to overcome this, what we have done is we have tried to develop a new kind of a cement-based composite which has high tensile capacity, and also the whole system has been designed such that the reinforcement is also minimal, and it can be used for both new construction and also in the old bridges as a replacement of expansion joints. So as I told, we have first come up with a new kind of cementitious composite with high tensile performance. So this is a micromechanically designed cementitious composite using a polymeric fiber. So the special feature of this fiber is that it establishes a chemical bond with the matrix in addition to the conventional mechanical bond. And due to this phenomenon and the concept of the micromechanics based approach that has been used, the material exhibits strain hardening behavior, and also it exhibits multiple micro cracks rather than a single macro crack. So this enhances the ductility of the material, energy absorption capacity, and overall durability also. Also, what we have found that the material is also highly bendable without any steel reinforcement. So that is, the strain carrying capacity is higher, and the fibers are very effective in bridging the cracks. So now with this high performance material, we have come up with the system. We have designed the system such that the implementation will be easier. So the system takes full advantage of the highest performance of the developed material. So if you see the system which has been shown. So if you see the system, can you go back one slide? Yeah. So if you see the system, we have shown a schematic of the system here. So the thermal loads that comes from the main bridge spans, that is being taken care by this slab system. So now you can see that the girders are separated. There is a gap between two girders from each of the span, whereas the deck is continuous. And this deck is made up of high performance material, and the reinforcement which is already there in the normal span, the same is sufficient for this portion also. And what we have done is, in order to maintain the simply supported functionality, so from the steel girder, the deck slab, there is a debonding zone that has been provided. So this preserves the simply supported function of the main span, so it doesn't alter any structural performance. We have carried out some experimental investigations for the full span system. The joint portion of two simply supported span, the full-scale experimental investigation was carried out. In order to evaluate its performance, we have instrumented with several sensors like strain gauges, LVDTs, and also some advanced sensors also. And what we could observe is that the load, we have developed two different systems, and we have kind of improved the system also, and we could see a desired failure pattern, and also the unit being performing without any problem as a single unit. And also we have carried out the numerical simulations wherein for different thermal conditions, how this system performs in the full two-span system. So 4 different thermal loading scenarios were considered with thermal gradients and uniform temperatures. And we have found out what is the demand for the stress for this system, and accordingly this system was also designed. So overall, if you see this technology, it is an innovative technology. It has several advantages. It improves the fuel efficiency. The life cycle cost is very low compared to the conventional expansion joints, and also it offers riders comfort. The maintenance is also easier and replacement is also much easier. So for further details about this technology, please contact CSIR SCRC. And also I take this opportunity to invite all the representatives from the industries that we are conducting a stakeholders meeting, and more details about this technology will also be shared in that meeting in March, in the coming March. So these are some of the works that we do at SCRC. We try to develop new materials. We carry out simulations and also structural health monitoring of highway and road bridges. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhu, for the wonderful presentation. I thank all the 6 speakers for their presentations. Before we come towards the question and answer, I would request Dr. Taraka Balla, the scientist in CSIR CRRI, the rapporteur for today, to quickly summarize the highlights of each of the 6 talks in 10 seconds each. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, now I would like to open the session for question and answer if there are any questions from the audience. Sir.
Maximum tension is at the 1/4 of the span. So there you are having a joint, means between your material and other material. So how we will manage that? If you can highlight, it will be better.
Sir, as you told, the joint, though it is physically there, it is a continuous reinforcement that runs between the normal slab and this expansion joint slab. So there is no any physical joint as such, and if it is laid during the in situ condition, then it's perfectly bonded and there is no any physical joint present at that location. Not exactly. This concept is called a link slab concept. So probably in the integral bridge, the girders are also continuous. Here if you see, the girders remain as simply supported and only the deck is continuous. Yeah. So we have tested for fatigue also, we have tested for static loading also, the full scale of the joint portion, and we have seen that the system performs well. And this technology is also not new. It has been implemented in several countries in the highway bridges also.
Any other question to the panelists? There is one question there.
My question is from Mr. Mahmood. Sir, I want to know what should be the typical layers in permafrost area, apart from the normal layers. Understood, sir, my question?
Could you please repeat your question?
Yeah. What should the layers in permafrost area? He was talking about permafrost, no, sir? Because we encounter it in Ladakh areas.
Thank you for your question. The layer, in our case, it means base stabilization layer. This is 35, mostly 35 centimeters, but at some places we have double 35, 35. And layer for the wearing course for hydroisolation of that. This is double chip seal. This is just one layer of bitumen emulsion, one layer of covering by aggregate. Largest fraction is 6-8 millimeters, one layer. Then second layer of bitumen emulsion and aggregate from 4 till 6 millimeters. So total length it's around 1.5 centimeter, total high thickness, yeah. That's the construction.
1.5 centimeter or 150 mm, no, sir? You are talking about 15 centimeter. What?
The main length is 34 centimeters, but that is, that approach was exactly for the reconstruction of road. So there is, the soil is compacting because several years trucks were coming through.
Yeah, I'm talking about greenfield area, sir. I'm talking about greenfield area. The road is being constructed newly.
Okay, I would request to continue the discussion in the tea break, please. I will request the next question by Dr. Balla, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
In your strengthening methodology, you have replaced what was the strength loss or capacity compensation with the CFRP laminates and CFRP wrapping. There are two observations. In case of it is flexurally deficient, definitely CFRP laminates you can do. But problem is PSC we will use for serviceability point of view. In case of deformation, cracks, how did you compensate with the passive system? Because it's just CFRP strengthening. In case of if you did post-tensioning using CFRP sheets, definitely it will compensate serviceability as well. That is the one thing. And second observation, when you use wrapping, CFRP sheets for wrapping, there are no anchors, which is not seen, which is very essential for effectively utilizing it. I want these 2 points.
Yeah, so the first one is actually the flexible capacity, right? So generally what we have done is, this is one of the girder which was distressed. Not entire, all girders were not distressed. So we just evaluated the force demand that is coming on it. And then we added a layer, 3 layers of laminates to it. Since the main concern here is to arrest the cracks, further propagation of the cracks, and also for the delamination and everything. So that is how we enhance the capacity by CFRP. And next one is just the CFRP wrapping is just for provided we have confinement, the shear confinement, and to support it. So that's how we designed it. Since the load that is coming on is very less, so we just evaluated based on that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Professor Chandrappa on pervious concrete?
Good. I will ask a question about the porous concrete. Is that the acceptance of the client for these? This is a very good concept, but how much is the acceptance of the departments or the client for going for the porous concrete for parking areas or, as you said, areas where there's a non-motorized thing? Has it been codified? Has it been included into the documentation or the contract clauses?
Thank you for the question. So currently IRC 44 provides you design for the mixed and pervious concrete. We don't have IRC guideline regarding construction. So we try to demonstrate this construction on our campus, and after that we had a demo in IRC conference also, where PWD Odisha want to take this in their parking lots. So they already funded us a project to implement them in some parts of Odisha in Bhubaneswar, because Bhubaneswar has heavy rainfall area, a lot of waterlogging happens. So we have given them 2 technologies for them to how to go for high strength pervious concrete and low strength also. That's actually going on basically. Yeah.
Yeah, one more question, Mr. Anush, Dr. Anush. What's the experience of how long that your pavement
depth,
was
deep.
maintaining?
See, typically the depth of porous concrete depends on rainfall actually. We typically take around 5-year return period rainfall and we design reservoir layer. Now that layer act as a temporary storage layer for the rainwater because the pervious slab act as a gateway for rainwater. From that pervious concrete the water goes to reservoir layer. It stores for some time because subgrade is having low capacity for infiltration. So the thickness of reservoir layer what we provide should be designed depending on the rainfall conditions. If it's very heavy rainfall, it's more thicker. If it's light rainfall, it is less thicker, we can say.
But I mean time.
Time.
How it was lasting? How long time it was
now it is
lasting?
currently 1.5 years old. Around
Already?
1.5 years old.
Yes. Okay. Thank
It's
you.
built on July 2024.
Okay, I'm sure there are a lot of questions, so I would request to have more interaction during the tea session. I would request for last question to Mr. Muthuswamy on the piezoelectric and acoustic emission monitoring techniques. One last question to the speaker, Mr. Muthuswamy. Okay, then I have one question to the speaker. What kind of piezo patches are you employing for the health monitoring purpose, sir?
The normally available piezoelectric sensors, no, piezoelectric synchronite transducer sensors that we are using.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the presentations made by all the speakers. You wanted to ask a question?
And please, have you any experience testing during the strengthening of concrete? Not during the structural period, structural strengthening time. Have you tried your approach?
Actually, our objective is to find the remaining life of the existing bridges, in-service bridges. That's a core idea. So we are trying to use in the bridges which are already put into service. That's it.
I thank all the 6 speakers once again, and I would request for one last round of applause for all the speakers. And I thank the audience for their interest and time spent here. I will request all of them to join for a tea break now. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists for such an insightful session. I would like to request Professor Vasant Matsagar to present the memento to K. Suryanarayana. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Up next, Anand Muthusamy. Up next, B.S. Sindhu. Also, I would like to request Professor P.K. Shikdar to present the memento to our respected chairman, Vasant Matsagar, and the rapporteur, Dr. Taraka Balla, CSIR, CRRI. Also, I would like to thank S. Mamulat and Anush K. Chandrappa for gracing our event. We are presenting the mementos to the speakers who are present here today. Thank you for showcasing the informative presentations. Can we please have a group photograph, please? Now we have the tea break. You all can proceed. Kindly be back by 11:40 a.m. Thank you. Ravi Shankar Shekhar, Director, CRRI. Can I request Ravi Shekhar on stage, please? And the rapporteur, Dr. Chintaman Bari, CSIR, CRRI. Can we please have a round of applause for them? Up next, we have Dimitrios Mandalozis. We have him joined online. Next, I would like to call upon stage Ayushman Guha on stage. Up next, Pradeep Kumar Sarkar. Up next, Chetna Ramachandra, Pavan Kumar, Pavan S on stage. The session titled Mobility Design, Safer and Sustainable Mobility Ecosystem. I would like to hand over to our respected chairman. You can take over from this. Thank you, sir.
Good morning all. This session number 8, Mobility Design, Safer and Sustainable Mobility Ecosystem. In this session, total 6 presentations are there. So 3 presenters are already joined, and each presentation will be a 10 minutes presentation in the beginning, and end of the presentations we have a discussion for 20 minutes. So then after that the session will be closed. And the first presentation, the online presentation is ready? Yeah, is ready? So online presentation, the title is the Physical and Mental Health Factors Affecting the Operational Safety of Professional Drivers. So the presenter is Dimitrios Mandalozis, so from online, and I will give the brief description about the author. The author worked for the several years as a civil engineer for large technical companies in traffic and transportation management. He also worked at the municipality of Amranotian, first on the design and operation team, then as a general director of the transportation system. I welcome the Dimitrios Mandalozis for presentation. Yeah, okay. Please continue.
So you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Sir, yeah, so good morning, everybody. So my name is Dimitrios Mandalozis, and I am the International Road Federation president based in Geneva, Switzerland, and also I'm the Chief Operation Officer of Aegean Motorway. So today in my presentation, I will use my second hand as the Chief Operation Officer of Aegean Motorway. So first of all, before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak about this very interesting issue. Before I begin, first of all, I would like to say a few things about my motorway, Aegean Motorway. First of all, where we are located. We are located in Greece, in the mainland, between the 2 major cities of Greece, Athens and Thessaloniki, and we operate part of this main corridor, about 230 kilometers long. So let's go to the next slide. Has to do with our approach about road safety. Road safety for us is a strategic objective. Within this framework, we developed a series of tools and procedures, all of them combined in one word: road safety. We do all this in order to achieve our strategic goal, and specifically, we developed a system that we call it the Motorway Management Service System. It's a kind of an asset management system. Of course, the role and responsibilities for each. We do an extensive training and awareness program for all of our people about road safety. Of course, we support the law and regulation enforcement. And today we will talk about the last, but most important part, the initiatives we are taking in order to achieve this goal and this objective. So we are doing all this to promote our company vision, to support the company's governance, to enhance the road safety levels, to take safety initiatives, as I said, and to improve driver experience. One of the biggest problems that we see as operators is the motorway risk from whole driver fatigue. You know that the long-haul drivers are very highly exposed on motorway network, which means that when you have an issue, like a fatigue issue, they have low frequencies, but they have very high severity when an accident happens in a motorway that also involves a heavy truck vehicle. So, as a motorway operator, this means that this high probability of high severity heavy good vehicles crashes creates problems. Of course, the incidents took more to find a way to solve the issues. Of course, we increase the network disruption and liability, and of course, we create reputational damages and reduce our contractual KPIs. So, what we do about that, and what we did about that? First of all, we construct 2 safe and protected truck parking areas with a capacity of 36 per direction heavy good vehicles in order to, let's say, give the opportunity to these drivers to have a good rest. So, in order to minimize fatigue, as I said, and of course to improve their driving experience at the same time, in order to have a better enforcement, we donated to traffic police advanced kit facilitating smart tachographs checks and funding all the training session in order to ensure arrest time compliance in the reality and closing the enforcement gap. So we know that about traffic accidents, this is the three main factors are the infrastructure, the car, and the driver. And about, first of all, infrastructure, as a company, we create or we try to create and forgiving infrastructure, which means we do our best in order to improve our safety levels. At the same time, the cars are improving by itself and also helps to improve our enforcement in the motorway. But what is happening with the human factor? You know, this is something that we don't monitor. And this is the issue because fatigue, accumulation, physical deconditioning, and functional capacity is one of the 3 big issues, especially for the heavy truck drivers. And for us, this is a blind spot of road safety. So, based on that, and in order to see what is happening for these factors, we conducted 2 studies. The first one at the 2020, and the second one this year, the last year, 2025, in order to focus on fatigue, sleep quality, and obesity as fitness to drive determinants with equipment to support all these procedures from us, from Aegean Motorway. And the part of this study were us, of course, the University of Thessaly, and the Traffic Police Department of the local Traffic Police Department, in order the 3 of us to have an idea about what is happening with these factors. So, if we try to profile a high-risk driver, we know that the main key, let's say, factor for this are the poor sleep quality, the workload, the high abdominal fat, which means waist to hip ratio, as we call it, and of course, the low physical activity due to sedentary lifestyle. We know that this is the profiling, because all these, with sleep disturbances and fatigue, create all these affect alertness, driving performance, cardiovascular risk, and functional capacity, which is also very big problems and risk about road safety, and for all this for the professional drivers' performance. So, we conducted these two studies. As we said, in the first study, we concentrate and focus, first of all, to understand what is the problems, the health problems that the drivers are having, and the second one, more to functional performance of them. So, to tell you the truth, this is the first study, maybe in Europe, that is doing so much deep research of this part of, let's say, our drivers. So the procedure was, let's say, complete. We have the written consent of them. We did all the anthropometric and body composition. We have a very well and structured interview with the questionnaires. We get all the biochemical assessments. We do the blood pressure and also the hand grip strength testing. So we talk about this later a little bit. So, as I said, the key inside of this first and second study has to do with not self-reported surveys. We correlate physiological states with hard physiological data collected, all on the field. Each interview and each assessment took about 1 hour per driver, as I said. So the second part of the study, which was conducted, as I said, in 2025, last year, examined more the multifaceted relationship between the physical and the mental health of these professional long-haul drivers, and of course their involvement in traffic accidents, and integrated the evidence of prevailing health condition and direct impact on operational safety. So, what was finally the profile of our, let's say, in quotation, tested drivers? First of all, their age, between 50 to 60, the BMI, all of them or most of them was in obese category. Body fat was high, and the metabolic risk was against high, which means that for all these drivers, we prolong, as I said, physical inactivity, minimal physical activation, and inadequate recovery between the duty cycles, which means physical exhaustion, metabolic overload, and reduced functionality capacity. And all this matters for road safety because lower tolerance for operational stress, slower response in critical situations, and reduced physical reserve during emergencies. And this is, as we call it, the biological trap. And this is a very big issue. It's the first time that we put all this together and create this, as we call it, biological trap, that the disruption in sleep, we create poor sleep quality, we increase the abdominal and fat obesity, which leads to high fatigue and results in low physical activity, which means high risk on road safety. So, especially for the poor sleepers, we see that there are factors, because we study specific factors about physical health, mental health, depression and fatigue. All the poor sleepers demonstrate significantly worse physical health, mental, and higher fatigue severity. It's very important that all these people that are driving along our stretches, along our motorways, and they are bringing with their, let's say, status, increased risk in road safety and traffic accidents. So, if we combine the results of the two studies, we see that from the first study, as we said, we studied the metabolic vulnerability. In the second study, we examine more, except from the metabolic vulnerability, also the functional decline. These show us this operation risk as we said, and we see that we create and we call it the fragile driver, the driver that who meets the legal requirements, of course, the license, hours, and everything, but lacks the physiological resilience to handle network stressors. And this is very important. Through these interventions, we understand and we find that two critical parameters, which one of them will examine more analytically in the next line, has to do with the functional capacity testing. Because the hand grip dynamometers at checkpoints help us to understand this functional, let's say, decrease that they are having. So, what we did with this only single and this small equipment, the hand grip testing, we measure the speed, the cost, it's minimal cost, the signal is very good, and the value is very important because we are measuring, as I said, the driver readiness, not just the medical health. And this helps us also to understand what a fragile driver is. So, let's say that we did all that. What's next? Because, okay, we understand the problem, we see the problem, we analyze the problem, and now what? What we can do in order to help them to improve all these factors which are important, and we maybe it's very increase the risk for traffic accidents along the motorways. We can do simple things. First of all, except to create specific places in order to rest, having, let's say, all their basic amenities for themselves. What we are thinking of is to create cabin workouts, even small gyms inside these areas in order to give them an idea with the 10 minutes, let's say, even walking, to improve their functional ability. To have a nutrition support, because they need to know, because most of them, they didn't know that they have issues, mental issues and health issues. And that's also a very important part. So we need to address the metabolic hubs, and we need to educate them in order to increase their awareness about these problems. And as I said, we are thinking of install this basic outdoor gym with, as I said, the small break activities, and also to work with the drivers in order to bring them the problem, to help them to aware and see where they are. And this is all in order, because we improve, with this we can improve the road safety in our motorways, because as we said, science for safer road, it's one of the things that we should do as operators. So, closing this presentation, and thank you for your attention, we are trying to take, let's say, as we take one takeaway as a motorway operator. Reducing crashes is not only about the road, it's about the driver's ability to use the road safety. So we are trying to create, as we call, the 3 Rs: restful, reliable, and risk-free motorway, because with this we improve the road safety for all of our users. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitrios. I'm requesting audience to raise a question. This is an online presentation. So offline presentation, I will consider question at the end. For online, you can make any questions from audience. Any questions? Any observations? Yeah. Thank you, Dimitrios. I have one observation, particularly, like how, because it is a very good study, particularly for the Greek motorways, and the study of the poor sleeping and good sleeping. So, any observations and related to the road accidents in your study? Any observations, like how many accidents can be reduced if it is a good sleep and compared to the poor sleep? Have you done any kind of the study, like reduction of accidents if it is a good sleep?
What we examine is that based on the information that we are collected of these drivers, we saw that the 22% of them were part of an accident the previous year, which is very important. It seems that all the study correlates, all the information has to do with the real world and the science world. And we are trying to say that if we monitor and we help them to monitor their status mentally and physically, we can help them to improve the road safety levels in the motorway. And as I said, 22% of them are involved in a road crash the previous year, which for us a very important factor, and show us that there is immediate connection between, as I said, the physical and the mental health of the drivers with the road safety.
Thank you, Dimitrios. Your presentation, I think no further questions from the audience. Thank you very much for your online presentation.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for giving me the opportunity to present this very interesting issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next presentation is on characteristics of motorized two-wheelers, mobility, and its safety for Indian cities by Ayushman Guha. Ayushman Guha is a CSR
Recording
student.
stopped.
Ayushman Guha is a CSR CRRI research scholar, and his research focus mainly on urban transportation planning, traffic safety analysis. Now I am requesting Ayushman Guha will present.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Please show my presentation. Yeah, the topic of my presentation is the characteristics of motorized two-wheeler mobility and its safety for Indian cities. And so this is the part of the larger study of the development of trip generation manual for the Indian cities. And for this study, the household questionnaire was done from 2021 to 2023 in 32 Indian cities. So in my study, I've targeted 27 Indian cities to develop a relationship between mobility and safety concerns. So this is the content of this study: the background motivation, the research gap, the data and methodology, the city characteristics, the preliminary analysis done, then identified parameters for the motorized two-wheeler crash, the recommendations, and the future scope of the study. So coming to that, we know that the rapid growth of motorized two-wheelers in India is driven by the affordability, flexibility, and ease of movement in congestion. So that, as we can see from 2013 to 2023, in a decade, how the motorized two-wheeler vehicle registration has grown up. So we can see that in 2018 and 19, the registration was the highest among in this decade. So as the registration is going on, so all the safety concerns are also going on with this. As per the MORTH report, 2023, the 44.8% among road users are motorized two-wheeler crash users, and they face severe elevated injury and fatality crash in the year 2023. So coming to that, my research gap is identified as that there are studies for the limited city-based studies which is linking the motorized two-wheeler mobility and the safety outcomes. So then, coming to the objective of the study is to characterize the motorized two-wheeler mobility patterns in terms of vehicle kilometers traveled across Indian cities, and to examine this association among the motorized two-wheelers VKT, urban density, and the crash outcomes, and to identify the key parameters that can guide the targeted interventions across cities. So coming to the methodology part, here the cities are chosen, the cities which are chosen for the study is shown, and the cities which are chosen based on its population, and the available mode choice, and the land use characteristics, and the terrain condition. So the passenger travel information for the cities are taken as for the household interview survey from 2021 to 23. And to estimate the VKT, we have used the equation is that the population, which is estimated to 2023, the average trip length of the motorized two-wheeler, which I got from the as a secondary data from the trip generation survey, and the per capita trip rate multiplied by the per capita trip rate of the motorized two-wheeler. The population of each city was estimated to 23 from the census 2001 and 11 data. Now here is the flowchart of my study, of this study, the motorized VKT estimation which from the household survey data which was earlier done. Then the crash data and the socio-economic data was collected from secondary sources like the MORTS report and the census report, and the preliminary analysis was done to find out the association between these parameters. Then find out the influencing parameters for the motorized two-wheeler crash in India, and then there are recommendations for the safety improvement. So here for the first graph, here can you see that for the 27 Indian cities, how the crashes of motorized two-wheeler injury and fatality is changing in 2023. So we can see that in Delhi and Mumbai, the injury and fatality injuries are high compared to fatality. And another graph it is showing the motorized two-wheeler trip share, like the mode share in terms in 27 cities, how the motorized two-wheeler trips are varying in 2023. Then coming to the city characteristics, here it is in the population, how population density is varying in the city. As we can see, is also in Delhi and Mumbai, the population density is higher, and how the road density is varying with these cities, and the VKT of motorized two-wheelers varying across the cities from the data of the TripGen survey. Now the preliminary analysis is showing that how population density at VKT has a good correlation between them, and the variation of the data is showing that they have the coefficient of determination of 0.83. So there is a clear positive trend between these two parameters, where motorized two-wheeler demand is strongly endogenous to the urban form, denser regions, and attracts significantly more motorized two-wheeler trips. Correlation matrix has also been developed for the parameters which is taken for this study. So we can see that the motorized two-wheeler fatality and the VKT motorized two-wheeler is weakly correlated. Also the motorized two-wheeler injury, the data which is taken in 2023 or fatality is also weakly correlated. But the population density and VKT motorized two-wheeler is highly correlated. And the Spearman correlation was done between these parameters, and the VKT motorized two-wheeler also exhibits a moderate positive correlation as you see, and the road density is inversely associated with all the observed variables except motorized two-wheeler share. Now there's the influencing parameters which is also studied from the previous studies. There are various factors which is influencing for the motorized two-wheeler crash. The factors are the human factors, there are the vehicular factors, there are the infrastructure related factors, traffic factors, and enforcement factors. The human factors includes the helmet use, speed choice, fatigue, drink and drive condition, the distraction, the rider age, the age of the rider and demography of the rider, the presence of the pillion users or not. For the vehicular factors, there are factors like the helmet quality, the vehicle condition. Infrastructure related factors are the surface condition on which the motorized two-wheeler are plying on, the intersection design, and the traffic factors like the traffic volume at that time and the time of the day the crash is occurring, and the enforcement factors are that improper follow-up of compliance with the helmet and traffic regulations. So the recommendations from the study is that we have estimated the risk factor, which is by dividing the motorized two-wheeler fatality numbers with million VKT. To capture the variability in the travel demand across cities, it was necessary, and prioritized interventions are needed in cities where risk factors is above 10. So we can see that the cities like Chennai, Gurgaon, Jabalpur, then Visakhapatnam, in these cities the risk factors are above 10. To improve the safety of motorized two-wheeler users, the measures like the vehicle speed regulations, increased correct helmet wearing, safer junction design, and safer vehicle standards need to be incorporated in these cities on the urgent basis. It is to be noted that for the cities like Imphal and the Warangal, the authentic crash data is not available from the MORTS report. So the future scope can be that the VKTs, we can find that the understanding important factor for the travel demand, but this is insufficient as a standalone predictor for motorized two-wheeler crash outcomes. The researchers and practitioners should also explore other factors like the travel behavior, infrastructure condition, etc. And the future work should also include the features such as speed, helmet quality, and road topology to better explain the crash severity and risk factors. And these are some key reference of the study. This study has already been done, the first study, and the most of the factors are identified from the study. The second bold one study, which is the literature review paper, the power two-wheeler riding behavior for the studies to improve the road safety. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ayushman. The questions will be taken at the end.
Okay.
Now the next presenter is, I think, Professor Pradeep Kumar Sarkar joined. So we will wait for at the end. So I'm requesting next presenter, Chetana Ramachandra. The topic is on functionality of skywalks in Bengaluru city, a case study. And I will give a brief overview about Chetana Ramachandra. She works as an assistant professor in BMS College of Engineering, and her research interests are integrating innovative research results to practical projects of highway construction. I'm requesting her to start the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, sir. So I would like to start off with the presentation just informing that this is one of my postgraduate students' work, which he completed at the college for his master degree. So I, on behalf of Kalyan, I'm going to be presenting. So this is my student, Kalyan. He now works as the Assistant Engineer Highways for WSP India. I also thank my institute, BMSC, for giving me the opportunity to be here at GRIS 2026. So to have a brief introduction, so we've been learning about safety, we've been hearing a lot about it. So also we are aware that the fatalities in the country is majorly because of accidents, right? So that is the highest contributing fatality factors in the country. So in this work, we have tried to attempt at how the pedestrian safety could also be something which is concerning, especially in growing cities like Bangalore. So we're paying some attention to it and how it could be mitigated by understanding some of the functionalities of the skywalks in the city. So we've been looking at different pedestrian facilities that are available. So we have the sidewalks or the footpaths which are there throughout the city or not there throughout the city, the crosswalks, the pedestrian crossings, etc. So we also have the overpasses, underpasses, which are integrated along with the right-of-way for vehicles. And what we are in specific talking about is the grade-separated intersections for, or what we call as the skywalks in the city. So that constraint that we have is a more appealing choice because that would be more appropriate to be used in the city rather than the subways for the pedestrians, since they could be constructed easily with better economics. So what we found as the gaps in the literature is we have lack of planning and suitability regarding where the skywalks are constructed in the city. So we have the CTTP, which is the Comprehensive Transport and Traffic policy which is in place. So we have a lot of policies which have come up by the Directorate of Urban Land Transport in this city, but there have not been enough measures to take care of whether the skywalks are functioning and whether the pedestrians are able to utilize the existing pedestrians in a better way. With that, we have tried to come up with the objectives. One is to evaluate all the existing skywalks in the city. So the second one is to understand why people want to use the skywalk or they do not want to use the skywalk. Basically, we're trying to understand the perception of the users and also to find the level of service. So we have the level of service for the different urban roads and the rural roads in the country, or also the footpaths or the sidewalks which are there in the different cities. But understanding the level of service for the skywalks was an attempt that was made as per the Indo-HCM manual. And we also tried to model up what were the contributing or the influencing factors for the same. So we had a methodology in place to just have an idea of what are the skywalks that should be considered in the city. The survey was distinguished into 3 different parts. One was the reconnaissance survey, one was an inventory survey, and the third one was to determine the flow characteristics at the different skywalks. So on a comprehensive basis, we chose around 25 skywalks in the city. So all of them were attributed to different land uses. So what is shown here is few of the skywalks that are in place in the city. So some of them are in the land use which are either in the hospital area, some of in the educational, the commercial, or the business. So the attributing to the use of the different skywalks is very much related to in which area or which land use the particular skywalks are located. So though we went around and tried to look at 25 skywalks, these 8 were actually shortlisted and they were considered for the further study. So the first study was the inventory study. So basically to get an idea of what are the facilities that are available at these skywalks, whether they're in use, if they are in use, what is the safety practices that are in place, if so, if there is a lift available, if there is lighting available in the evenings, is everyone ready to use the skywalk based on the different facilities, and also what is its location with respect to where the pedestrians would like to cross the intersection at that point. So this is what was done in the inventory survey. So the main concerning factors were most of the skywalks did not allow a lot of elderly people to use the skywalk, and safety was a main criteria which lagged in most of the skywalks in the city. So the next was the questionnaire survey which was done. So questionnaire survey included respondents of around 500 odd people. So in that around 500 odd people, so we segregated the questionnaires into the ones who use the skywalk, and the second the classification was the ones who did not use the skywalk. So the students themselves went, spoke to the respondents, those who used the skywalk and did not use the skywalk, and collected a lot of information regarding their perception about the different uses. So they also considered the trip characteristics, what was their origin and destination, or the frequency of usage of the skywalks, whether it was on a daily basis or they were only traveling for any specific purposes. They also had certain user demographics which was considered. So the second one, the second survey also spoke about if the users were not using the skywalk, what was the specific reason which was listed as to not considering the skywalk. So on the right hand side, so we have the lift, escalator, better lighting, increased travel time, because someone would consider it easier to just cross at the intersection rather than to climb up and down. So all of these details were collected, and then some analysis was deduced out of the collected information. So most of them use the skywalk on a regular basis. Very few people who used it like seldom, which on maybe like on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. So the common age for usage of skywalk was in between 20 to 40. So that was the highest range which was considered feasible for the usage of skywalk. So the other one was what was the mode that they were using, along with if they were using the skywalk, like whether to travel or if they were using the mode, and then in continuity to that, what were the choice of mode, and then the trip purpose. So if they were using the skywalk, the travel on the skywalk could also be in between work. So that was mentioned, the trip purpose was mentioned. And the education was also found, the information was collected to analyze if having a certain level of education would impact the usage of the facilities that is provided by the urban government. So after that, the last kind of survey which was done to understand or distinguish all the skywalks into different levels of service. So as per the Indo-HCM, so we had 3 characterizations or 3 main factors which distinguish the different levels of service. So the first one being the flow, the second one being the speed, and the third one being the space. So the data was collected for every skywalks that was listed in the previous slide. And it was characterized based on the sample size. So we had, I think, around 267 samples to find out what was the flow speed and space. So we came up with a new level of service considering how most of the particular skywalks functioned in the city. So one such location is shared here at the Christ University. It happens to be an educational institute in the city. So there, the flow, the speed, and the space was determined and is tabulated. So every person who was moving there, their speed was calculated, and the speeds which would be required for maybe at the peak hours and the off-peak hours, which help them develop the space characteristic. So based on this, we characterize that most of the skywalks in the city either fell in the level of service A or B, which is considered to be a good level of service for the movement of the pedestrians in the city, on the skywalks. So the space or the flow was not a constraint, but it was considered that lack of other facilities at the skywalks was considered a major hindrance, which de-promoted the use of skywalks. So apart from this, after collecting all the information and having an analysis of the different parameters which was influencing the functionality of the skywalks, so a small regression model was just fit into the data which was collected. So the main variables or the influencing variables were considered to be the age, trip purpose, education, gender, and mode of travel. So however, the level of education did not have an influence, whereas the trip purpose or the mode of travel had a significant influence on the model. So the model, the R-square value was quite low, but however, the model is not used for the prediction of the functionality. It is rather used to understand what is the human perception or the pedestrian perception regarding why the skywalk should be used or not used. So it's more to understand the predictor variables variability rather than just predicting used as a predictor model. So the conclusions were most in the skywalks regularly use, most of the pedestrians use the skywalks. So 20 to 40 age range was the majority which was using the skywalk in the city. So a high number of educational and work related, so they were the ones who were using the skywalk. So though there was a requirement of use of skywalks at the marketplaces or the commercial places, these were underutilized. The skywalks at these places were underutilized, and the idea of re-strategizing as to where they should be located in the marketplace was something which had to be thought about. And based on the LOS, the performance in most of the skywalks was well. So the analysis also showed that the recreational, social, or the the trip purpose was the main contributing factor to the skywalks. So these are some of the references that we used for this study. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chaitanya. The next presentation is by Shri Pawan Kumarji. Topic is on micro mobility and mass as a part of urban mobility. And I will give a brief background about presenter. Dr. Pawan Kumar is an architect and town planner with PhD in transportation. He is working as an associate town and country planner in TCPO, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. He has about 25 years of experience in the field of transportation planning and housing. So now I am requesting him to present on urban mobility.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The topic we are talking today is the micro mobility. If you see this slide, the whole transport ecosystem has a two parts. First one is the public transport, that is the image of the town and city. Second is the personal transport, that is the image of a personality, a particular person. In between, they give a thin line, that is the micro mobility. the layman definition of this micro mobility, just the ability of movement to the little means. If you done some more literature survey, then they say it is a small and lightweight vehicle powered by the human or electric motor, suitable for the first and last mile connectivity to the public transport. Slightly to go to the deeper, then we say micro mobility, the right side of the vehicle, which demand less space for the movement of the road, and the smaller bay in the parking lots. And that's why this type of the modes of micro mobility is suitable for the Indian condition, particularly if you are going to the congested area. Initially, when the concept started for the micro mobility, at that time that was generally related to the gross vehicle weight, that is the less than 500 kg. But after that, the Society of Automobile Engineers came forward and they have also drafted some definition for it. For that purpose, this micro mobility, they changed it powered micro mobility. Once it become the powered micro mobility, that becomes the powered vehicle. And after that, they have given the criteria of the vehicle width, speed, and how the power source we can have for it. So these are some basic definition. But in case of Indian condition, if you can see, this micro mobility refers to the small, compact, and lightweight, eco-friendly transport mode in terms of e-scooter, e-bike, bike taxi. It is a limited speed, 25 km per hour, and energy is also less than 250 watts, and that is generally suitable for the short distance. That's why sometimes this micro mobility helps the public transport system as a last mile connectivity. So, but doing the lot of literature survey, we find that legitimacy of the micro mobility depends their prevailing laws in this particular towns and cities and the country. So country to country, this concept vary, but just having one overall view of this micro mobility as a part of the urban mobility, the affordability and accessibility, these are the two important components that give the success of this micro mobility, and that's why it become a multimodal urban mobility transport ecosystem. And that's why their contribution, particularly for the reduce the emission, congestion, accidental fuel consumption in mode. And that's why they have become the part and parcel of the urban mobility part. So in this concept, we just have try to see what are the various policy interventions are happening. Recently, government of Maharashtra had notified Maharashtra bike taxi rules that in 2025, and here the main purpose of the whole thing was to regulate the app-based electric bike taxi. That is the e-bike. For the whole state, aggregator have to take the license to operate it. They have to set the fares. They have also take care of the drivers and the passenger safety. And it is totally app-based solution they are providing. They are also providing the GPS tracking and all the panic buttons. Even the system provided facility to select the female passenger, to select the female driver. So this type of the policy interventions are helping in the micro mobility in our country. Now the micro mobility had a business opportunity also, because e-bicycle and the e-scooters are popular choice of micro mobility, and they are providing alternative to the public transport for the short trips. So after that, when the government started to adopt to the electric vehicle for the two-wheelers and the car, suddenly the things started to become more popular and people started to use it. It means the new opportunity for the economical model, new opportunity for the technological developments are possible, and that is going on in our own country. Now, if I can see how this can provide the business, they are providing the business in the micro mobility, because nowadays in the urban area, particularly Delhi city like that, here people love to avail this type of the facility because they provide the pickup and drop of all the selected location across the town and city. So this type of the things started after that so many corporate company also came forward and started to take the monthly and daily pass for it. Second important thing is business is also possible because we have to develop various infrastructure like the charging infrastructure, manufacturing charging point, battery, all these things. There is also business in the energy sector. Because instead of all these things electric vehicle, there is a possibility for the solar panel and the wind energy system that also provide the opportunity for in this area. Just have a look, 2 rooftop solar EV charging station, they have just started the pilot basis long back. Just to understand how the solar system can be used in the EV charging part. That is started in the southeast and the Bikaji common place. So these are the opportunities also there in the energy part. Apart from these, there is so many startups started for this type of the things. Here you can see the Yulu, that is provide the micro mobility platform, renting and leasing of the electric cycles and electric two-wheelers. So like that, they have started this type of the things. Again, the Ola, they have electric scooter manufacturers. They have brought a lot of changes in the society for this type of the things. So micro-mobility have also important role during the COVID time. If you remember in the Delhi, we have faced this problem. Similarly, here when whole the system failed, at that time the walking and the cycling become the success. And at that time, people started to understand that these are also one solution where we can do that, and lot of infrastructure can be developed. So if you can see at that time, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, they have taken for the how the cycle can take as a mode of transport at that time to provide the connectivity. For that purpose, they have started these programs, and the 41 cities taking the cycling friendly initiative at that time. So here, that is also one of the initiatives to create this type of the infrastructure and the awareness. You can see in the Jabalpur Smart City they have done, Surat has also done. Apart from this thing, pop-up cycle lane, that is progressing in Surat at that time, because this is the temporary lane provided to get the accessibility by the cycle. So this type of the initiative was taken at that time. That is also we can see in the case of Delhi, in NDMC area. Apart from this thing, there is another things at that time they have not taken, that was the Mahua taken the holistic planning for the pedestrian friendly market space. If the city, the population more than million plus, then 3 marketplace, or non-million plus, 1 marketplace to have to develop. So see, that is also one of the interesting part, how the governments are thinking at that time to improve this type of the connectivity through the cycling part. Here you can see, at that time it was not the starting point. Before that also, lot of Indian city had done the progress. Just the case of Chennai, they have implemented more than 100 kilometers of the pedestrian-friendly street across the city. Chennai has also started the mega street program. Through this program, the Chennai unsafe street, they have converted the complete streets. Apart from this thing, the Pune became the first Indian city to develop a comprehensive cycling plan that proposed 400 kilometers. So in this way, there is a lot of initiative taken by the government for this purpose to create the awareness for this. Apart from this thing, the second component is micro-mobility as a service. Lot of modes like the e-scooter, e-bikes, share vehicles, all are going to be connected to the public mode of transport. But most important thing is mass in the transition phase in our country. Initially, mobility is the commodity because the ownership of the vehicle. But now the things are changing, mobility as a services. Without having a car, without paying any tax, without taking any problem, we enjoy the services. So this is the transition phase. Instead of putting the ownership, we try to access to the trip and enjoying the mobility of the service. But the most important component under this clause is that mass is considered the outcome of technology, mass is considered the outcome of good governance. These are the two things. They are using the technology, of course, because they are providing the platform. Initially, there was no integration. After that, they started to add the information, then booking and payment facility. They also provided so many service provider comes in picture. So in this case, it is out of the technology part, but there is so many stakeholders. They are also playing the role here. So that is also output of the good governance part. Now the concluding thing is, micro-mobility has a direct impact on the transport sector because it is providing last mile connectivity to the public transport. It has a direct impact on the energy sector because we are shifting from the fossil fuel to the renewable energy. It is a direct impact of the urban sector shifting from the congested, polluted, slow mobility to environmental friendly mobility. Apart from this thing, artificial intelligence, IoT, GPS, mobile connectivity, also providing a strong base for the development of this micro mobility in our country. Now, due to the electrification, the role of e-bike, e-scooter and e-rickshaw is also crucial nowadays. Short trip, long trips, people are trying to utilize this type of the things. Another thing is ownership of the vehicle to the service of the vehicle is a very important decision-making factor nowadays. If the people understand these things, micro-mobility becomes part and parcel of the main mode of transport of these things. Apart from these things, lower operating cost and the environmental benefits qualify the micro-mobility at a part and parcel of the urban transport. So these are the some views I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pawan Kumarji. So now I will go for the last presentation of this session, Closing the Loop, Battery Circular Economy for Robust EV Infrastructure in India by Pawan S. I will give the brief background about him. So Mr. Pawan is an ESG and sustainability professional, currently working as a senior executive in ESG at Intensive Investment Managers. I welcome you for presentation of this last session presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, I don't have a presentation, so it's just going to be my research paper, which I'll be just putting on some pointers on the battery circular economy. That's what my paper is on. In fact, thanks to Dr. Pawan Kumar sir, that he put up a very important information forward that we need to ensure that we have a great EV infrastructure in place before even thinking of penetrating the EV or the micromobility as a whole part of our the mix of what we call, right, of our vehicle mix. So my paper would be covering most of on how do we close the loop of the batteries of majorly our EV vehicles. So targeting our transition of India's EV mobility, right, we are aiming to almost penetrate 30% of our vehicle mix as EV vehicles. That's the aim which India has come up with, getting our energy sovereignty by 2047. However, looking at the current demand of the batteries, it's going to surge beyond 139 gigawatts by 2035. That's what the research says. And currently we have just 4 gigawatts of battery capability which can be provided to the Indian EV infrastructure, right? So looking at how EV is going to surge in the coming years, looking at how we will have the battery demand, we are also forgetting one single point is that where are these batteries going to go, right? So these batteries will have to be kind of put into recycling or put into those end of life is what we call it, right? So it is projected that the battery waste would almost exceed 500,000 tons annually by 2030. So this creates a huge recycling potential in India, which is what majorly we will be covering in my assessment. So the Indian recycling market, as of now, the battery recycling market is completely managed 90% by the informal sector, where there is no formal structure of recycling the batteries which is wasted out from the EVs. So it's majorly handled by the informal sector, where just 10%, barely just 2% to 4% is around, is managed by the formal sector of battery recycling, right? So which creates a huge gap, or I would say a huge opportunity potential for people to come into this particular business where we can get into more formalized sector of the battery waste recycling. The battery recycling market is projected to grow from $1.1 billion to almost $7.1 billion of total market worth by 2035. So I've come up with like few assessments, technical assessments on how can we achieve these metrics and what is the impact into the environment, and how is the current policies which is going to support these kind of initiatives. So the first one is when I'm talking about batteries, of course, it's an environmental metric where we have to focus on how recycling the batteries would actually reduce our environmental cost, which is your, it can be your GHG emissions, or it can be your water conservation, all of these things, right? So it's predicted that if, so there's a particular way of recycling batteries, which is called hydrometallurgy. I'll come to that later. So hydrometallurgy can be used to almost reduce about almost 50 to 90% of your GHG emissions during battery recycling. And compared to, you know, when you're refining virgin materials to make new batteries, instead of that, using hydrometallurgy, you can almost extract 90% of the materials what would be used to make a battery. And you can also through this entire process, instead of mining where you'll have your GHG emissions coming in, that can also be reduced to almost 90% of it. So this is one of the environmental metric. Second is your resource conservation, where I'm talking about water, which can be saved around 200,000 liters water per ton of your battery process. When your battery is getting processed, you're using so much of water to cool it down in the entire production process. So that can be reduced or maybe saved by almost 200,000 liters of water per ton of battery process. The second assessment is on your techno-economic assessment, where we talk about, of course, when you're talking about these new technology, you need to keep cost in mind, right? So cost, when keeping cost in mind, obviously you will have cost advantage where you're, instead of producing your, newly mined virgin material batteries, you can convert into, when you're recycling it, it will almost cost you 50% cheaper than making a new battery with the virgin materials. So keeping all these things in mind, one question which I keep receiving when I present these things is, how much would it take for us to invest in creating a battery recycling plant, right? So since you're talking about new technologies, so how much would it cost for you to put up a new plant? So when you see the overall long-term ROI into setting up a battery recycling plant, you can almost expect, instead of having, compared to greenfield mining projects, for instance, lithium extraction via recycling can achieve you a capex reduction of almost 3,200 per ton. So that's what, when you're recycling it and using it in batteries, this is the kind of savings you'll be getting it. Of course, over the period of time, your capex in the initial would be higher, but going further, it'll actually reduce your cost savings in terms of the extracting of these materials, right? Third assessment is, we also conducted the policy gap analysis, where we understood that we do have battery waste management rules in place, which was introduced in 2022, which is part of the extended producer responsibility. So what we observed is major gaps in EPR, where you have this floor price absence, where the minimum floor price of EPR certificates allow the informal sector to outbid the recyclers of the feedstock, disrupting the whole supply chain itself. And further leakage, where so what we expect is there should be more digital integration into how do you handle batteries and the ownership of batteries, right? So where we talk about ownership of cars, you literally have a whole trail of who was the first owner, who was the second owner, who was the third owner, right? But when you talk about batteries, that particular data of ownership is completely absent. So you can't really get maybe catch hold of who is the person responsible for making sure the whole battery circular economy is closed. Like how government comes up with, by 15 years you'll have to scrap your vehicle which is purchased like 15 years before, right? So the same thing, the ownership of the batteries is kind of absence, which is a kind of a policy gap which we felt. Going further, we also kind of understood that currently in India there are few specifically startups who are into battery recycling, and they have these new technologies which is called hydrometallurgy. Hydrometallurgy is a technology where you majorly don't use any chemical or anything to extract your major materials from battery, which is lithium, cobalt and nickel. They use mostly a water solvent based extracting technology. So there are few startups. So one is based out of Bengaluru, which is Mini Mines, And then there's something in Noida which is called Lohum, where they currently have a pretty small capacity of recycling, but they're planning to expand their factories to maybe recycling larger tons per annum, right? So these are few startups. There's also something in Vadodara called Rubamin, where they were initially into mining of lead and zinc. Now they're also getting into recycling lithium-ion based batteries. So when it comes to these companies, right, these companies are almost categorized as smart circular strategy companies, where they have advanced technologies like using metallurgy and using direct recycling without any chemicals being put into it. And the throughput is pretty high because when they put up these things, it's like creating a benchmark for India's recycling industry itself. And so there is one particular academic literature which is called Mycelio Pulse, where the entire case study of these startups has been mentioned, and maybe you can have a look at that. So coming to pointing out what are the risk barriers in India, right? Where we talk about, like I spoke in the beginning, the dominance of the informal sector, where these informal sectors should be kind of identified, traced out, and made sure that they stop recycling the batteries in a very hazardous way, which is not the safe way to do it. And poor supply chain traceability, like I said, tracing out these batteries which has been used, and they kind of just get dispersed anywhere on anything is possible. So that should be traced out. And at the end, we also want to understand the LFP economics, where it's called the lithium ion phosphate, where these batteries are used majorly on the two-wheelers and three-wheelers. So unlike the NMC battery, which is used in the higher variants of your EV cars, these also would have to be made sure that, since these people who are using three-wheelers or two-wheelers are not really well aware of how do you get into recycling and all of those things, some amount of awareness and some amount of education should be given to them when they purchase such two-wheelers or three-wheelers for that instance.
Pawan, can you conclude in 1 minute?
Sorry?
Can you conclude in 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. It's just a conclusion. Okay, just putting up a future roadmap recommendation is that by the end of 2030, we need to make sure that the scale and integration in that level, that there should be mandatory recycle enforcement, where your new batteries which is coming out in the market should be at least using 20% of recycled materials. And hub and spoke model, like I said, we need to create awareness where people should be kind of educated on battery when they're purchasing their EV vehicles. And also some amount of funding gap, which is of course there are some startups which is coming in, but ultimately we need some financing which should be given to this. And I think most of the VCs and most of the private equities are exploring into these kind of investments going further. And concluding my entire paper, so when startups like Mini Minds or Atero, these guys can achieve something like getting 95% materials getting extracted from batteries, it shows the potential of India. It shows the potential of the small companies or the startups of India, where we can also make sure that we penetrate that innovation into India's EV infrastructure as a whole. And ultimately, the government should be supportive of enforcing these policies, as extending the EPR, or by treating these spent batteries not as a waste, but as urban mines. These are not something as waste, but it is literally hazardous for the entire society. So which will be entirely turning the challenge of 1,000 tons of waste into a foundation of a resilient and a self-reliant energy ecosystem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pawan. Now the floor is open for the questions. Yeah, sir. Professor Dr. S. Gangopadhyay, sir.
just have a clarification from you to make that your data all are secondary data, like you have estimated VKT,
yes, sir.
vehicle kilometer travel. These are all from the secondary data. Have you validated any, your estimation through any primary data, just for one city maybe? Because you have taken data from number of cities.
Yes, sir.
Am
yes,
I right?
Yes, sir.
So VKT is estimated from the secondary data source.
Yes,
So
sir.
have you validated your estimation at least for one city? Maybe Lucknow or whatever cities that you have collected.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, sir. Actually, this is the part of the study of the development trip generation manual. So I collected data from the secondary sources, and the data validation is the part of my thesis work, and I have validated the data, and this is the preliminary study where I find the relationship between the population density and VKT of motorized tourists, and before estimating the VKT, the trip data and the population data, which is also second data, and the PCTR data has been validated by me for the calculation of VKT.
Sir, I can add to this point, to this his answer. This is not purely secondary data. As a part of trip generation manual, CSR, CRRI, collected 32 cities data as a primary data. Every city we have collected 3,000 samples of household, including 1,000 sample of the freight related data, and their different modes of trips were estimated. Then the trips data was considered for his work. He's a part of the PhD study. Dr. Mukti Advani is a part of one module, and that primary data was utilized, and the secondary information, some cities information, land use characteristics and other kind of things were considered, and it is a, maybe we can consider as a primary data as well as the secondary data. Both were considered and estimated the VKT, sir. That's it. That is my observation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You don't know the
So,
trip length.
so trip length was considered primary data because we have the questionnaires, all the like private and public transportation, as well as the bus transportation system and freight also. This two-wheeler also considered from the from the data extracted.
Yes.
Any other questions from audience? Yes, sir.
Chaitanya, you mentioned that 60% of the pedestrians use the skywalk.
Yes, sir.
Did it vary between different land uses? If so, which land use contributes to more pedestrian usage of the skywalk? Number two, how to ensure 100% of the pedestrians use the skywalk? Because all of the skywalks have got a level of service A. Then still, why people are not using? What measure you should take to make 100% usage of the skywalk?
Thank you, sir. So the first thing was 60% was an average of all the land uses that was considered, and the work related, that is wherever the IT parks are situated. So those skywalks and the educational ones were the highest number of skywalks which were utilized. The market areas and the hospital areas remain severely underutilized. So I agree that most of them had a level of service A or B, but what was lacking was the facilities which are there. Most of them do have a provision of lift, but they are not operational. So that is something which was concerning. And the location is not very feasible when compared to the intersection. So where the skywalks are being located is something which is deviating a lot from the intersection, making it not feasible for the pedestrians to use. So another concern which I have personally seen as well is, so many of the skywalks, specifically one near on the way to the Bangalore airport, is covered on either side of the skywalk. So the steel structure is covered, making it not visible for those walking on the road. So pedestrians might feel a lack of safety when they're using such skywalks.
I agree with that. In this context, I request you to kindly submit a report to BBMP. What are the lacuna limitations of the existing skywalk so that they will not repeat the mistake? Number two, this study should enable you to develop a guidelines for the location of skywalks, which will be useful to other cities of the country as well.
Sure, sir. Actually, the process, we are in the process of making the report. It is yet to be submitted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have a question about your presentation, one more thing. Not only the objective of the study and other kind of thing, the regression analysis, you have considered 266 samples data. Further, you can improve by pruning of the data because some of the variables which may not be the t-value, t-static value less than 0.5 or 1. You can make the pruning of the data, maybe the parameters can be excluded from the analysis. Then you can improve the 266 samples is quite enough. Then R square definitely will be improved and the important parameters can be identified.
Sure, sir. Thank you. But we made a small pruning in the initial stage to remove the outliers which were inconsistent or the anomalies which existed. I think a fine tuning would be required to...
You can go for the stepwise regression analysis. It will be automatically pruning the method. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from audience? Yeah, please.
So my question is to Mr. Pawan. So regarding old batteries, okay, what is the capacity of the you suggested to companies are, I mean, startups are? Hello, I'm audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Repeat question once again.
So about recycling of batteries, you suggested two startups are there, okay. So what is their current capacity and from what source they are sourcing these batteries? So suppose if you are...
Keep a distance of mic, then clarity will come.
Yeah, now it's audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So my first question is, you told two startups are there, name two startups, okay. What is their current capacity of recycling and from where they are sourcing these batteries, okay. So when in future you are expecting private sector to, I mean, take up in large source scale, okay, they will be needing to source these batteries somewhere from somewhere. And if government is collecting, whoever agency is collecting those batteries, okay, so they will not be simply giving to private companies or free, or maybe there will be there some acquiring cost, right? Some kind of acquiring cost will be there for old batteries as well. Or you are explaining government will give them on free, or I mean without cost, okay. So if you take that cost into consideration, in long term, I mean you told that in long term there will be, it is profitable. But if this cost is taken into consideration, I mean sourcing cost, when you are sourcing in the large scale, I think there will be some cost for private sectors as well.
So if I'm right, I mean, I'll just kind of brief your question. So what you're trying to say is that the sourcing of these battery waste is something which is also like a cost, which we will have to be incurred by either the customer or the company itself.
Yeah,
right?
when you are sourcing at a large scale,
Yeah.
or, then it might be, there might be some cost, which I guess should
True.
be there.
I mean, see, so when it comes to segregation of battery waste, that can be done, you know, maybe on a smaller collection pool, where I personally have seen, for example, there are few battery waste collecting sites at your, in your city. I'm from Bangalore, so in Bangalore you have these smaller collection sites where it is getting collected, which can be something which is close by to where you are. So these smaller collection sites will have something like a tie-up with these the larger battery recycling plants, and that's how it's kind of carried out. And also, when you talk about battery recycling, there is some amount of incentive which is involved to it. If you've seen, there is this new car which has been released by MG, where you will have an option for you to kind of just take the battery cost of it, and then later on, after 7 or 8 years, you'll get your whole the whole car would be replaced with a new battery, right? So there are some intensive incentive models which has been introduced by these companies. So since EV infrastructure itself is a pretty it's still in the verge of its whole expansion, these things would be coming into picture in a pretty large way in going for maybe in the next 5 years or so. So such models should be introduced, and some of these startups have been coming up with these incentive models as well, which will create some amount of thing in the supply chain, like a whole supply chain will also get incentivized through this whole process.
Okay, thank you. One more question, sir, if you allow.
Thank you. Yeah.
One more question to Chetma ma'am, regarding Skyworks actually. So my question is, I saw those for whichever 8 Skyworks we have taken an LOS of A or B. So that is on 60% utilization. So if suppose utilization increases, then those LOS will change, right? That might change. So do we need to, we are working on that, implement those things also, LOS, then we might need to increase the width or maybe those kind of things.
Thank you. So the basic thing was we are just trying to understand if the skywalks are adequate or not. So with the utilization, it might change, right? So currently we have only analyzed whether it is feasible for being used or not. So based on the current usage, the LOS has been determined, and it might change on various other factors in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. With this, I can declare the session is closed. So I'm giving back to the audience.
Thank you to all the participants for this very informative session. I would like to request the chairman, Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Director CRRI, to present the memento to Ayushman Guha, please. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? Also, a big thank you to Dimitrios for taking out time and joining the session. Up next, Pradeep Kumar Sarkar. Up next, Chetna Ramachandra. Up next, Pawan Kumar. Up next, Pawan S. I would also request you all to gather for the group photograph, please. Also, I would like to invite Professor Shikhar to present the memento to Dr. Ravi Shekhar and the rapporteur, Dr. Chintaman Bari. You all can go for the exhibition visit till 1:30 and return by 2:20 after lunch. There will be a plenary session which will be held in this hall. Thank you.
A long way towards India's Vision Zero. Please welcome our session chair on stage with a round of applause. Please welcome Mr. D.S. Mishra, former Chief Secretary, Uttar Pradesh. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. D.S. Mishra on stage. Mr. Mishra is a 1984 batch Indian Administrative Service IAS officer of the Uttar Pradesh cadre. He has served in various key positions for both the Government of India and the Government of Uttar Pradesh during his career. Please welcome our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Venkata Subbarao Chunduru, Director, Arcadis IBI Group, Bangalore. And please welcome Ms. Sarika Panda Bhatt, Founder Trustee of Rahgiri. I request Mr. Mishra to steer this discussion forward.
Before starting the movie, I just want to say two things. It's a very emotional movie, and you know, we always talk about road safety, but I think we are not a victim right now so far, but we have a victim in our family or a friend circle. But this is about their story and their impact, how they have suffered. So I'll request everyone to switch off their phone or make your phone silent, and please watch this movie with respect, because it's a real life victim story. So we need to give some respect to them. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I think the impact of the lunch is now down. We can now attend to this. So let me welcome you all in a very, very important session. This whole 2 days conclave has been on the subject of Vision Zero India, integrating safety, sustainability and technology, being organized by the Global Road Infratech India chapter. And in this session, we are going to focus on the topic of this is on the topic of Vision Zero India, integrating safety, sustainability and technology in infrastructure. Before we discuss, we have two panelists and I'm going to moderate that. So before we start discussing this subject, I was told by Sarika that she has developed a movie which is focused on the subject, how important it is, seeing the human angle. So maybe that gives you some kind of it will prepare you for, listening to us in this session much more engrossingly. So request, she has already given the background. So let me request to start the movie and then we'll start the session right away. Thank you.
एक दिन उसके दोस्त ने पूछा, हेमंत, व्हाट इज़ योर विजन, व्हाट डू यू वांट टू डू? तो उसको कहता है, आई वांट टू मेक ए फ्लाइंग कार सो दैट नोबडी कुड मीट ए एक्सीडेंट. तो वो ऑफिस के लिए जैसे जाता था, उसने ब्रेकफास्ट करा एंड ही वेंट. तो मैं अभी तैयार ही हो रही थी, तो इतने को मैं फ़ोन आ गया कि जी हेमंत का एक्सीडेंट हो गया और हेड इंजरी है. तो मुझे कहते जी ये बहुत ज़्यादा ब्लड चला गया और इसके चांसेस जो हैं जीने के वो सिर्फ 4 से 5% है। मैं कहा डॉक्टर साहब ये एक साइंस और फेथ की लड़ाई है, देखते हैं कौन जीतता है।
उस दिन तो मैं बोली कि चलिए आज बस से जाएंगे, लेकिन नहीं माने। लेकिन हम लोग उसी से गए बाइक से अपने। जो मैं कस्या क्रॉस की, उधर से एक ट्रक आ रहा था, इधर से मैं जा रही थी। ट्रक का तो अगला भाग मैं देख रही हूँ कि निकले, लेकिन पीछे वाला से मार दिया। पीछे वाला से मारा तो मैं और बड़ी वाली बेटी रोड के किनारे चले गए, और ये और तन्नू एकदम बीच मेन रोड पे आ गए।
ये बात 2002 की है। तब मैं 3 साल की थी और मेरी बहन 9 मंथ।
डैडी का तुरंत ही वो ऑन द स्पॉट नहीं रहे, और मुझे कमर के नीचे से प्रॉब्लम है, स्पाइन में प्रॉब्लम है मेरे, और मेरा एक पैर कट करके निकालना पड़ा।
In the last decade alone, India lost 1.3 million people to preventable road crashes, and another 5.3 million have been left disabled for life.
That is 426 people dying every day. That's approximately 18 every hour.
We add several thousand new vehicles to our roads each and every day, but the key question remains, have we done enough to deal with road accidents?
मैं सोनीपत से हूँ, तो रेसलिंग का काफ़ी क्रेज़ है यहाँ पे। तो मैं भी रेसलिंग करता था, मेरा भी सपना था कि आर्मी ज्वाइन करूँ, रेसलिंग के थ्रू देश का नाम रोशन करूँ। मैं 17 साल का था 2015 में, तो मैं सोनीपत से ट्यूशन पढ़ के आ रहा था। तो रास्ते में ट्रैक्टर के साथ बाइक की टक्कर हो गई थी, तो उसमें डॉक्टर्स को लेग एम्पुटेट करना पड़ा था मेरा। एक्चुअली एक्सीडेंट के बाद मैं काफ़ी रूड हो गया था फैमिली के साथ में, फ्रेंड्स के साथ में, क्योंकि इंसान एक बार बिल्कुल टूट जाता है। बचपन से कुछ सपने लेके चलता है इंसान, और जब वो सपने एकदम से टूट जाते हैं तो एकदम से इंसान का खुद से भरोसा उठ जाता है, भगवान से ही भरोसा उठ जाता है।
विक्रम एक्सीडेंट से पहले ये खेलने में भी बढ़िया था, क्रिकेट में, रेसलिंग बढ़िया करता था, क्रिकेट बढ़िया खेलता था, और शादी में, डांस में एक्सीलेंट था ये। और अब एक्सीडेंट के बाद तो उसकी कंडीशन है आपके सामने।
मेरे दोस्त बता रहे थे कि मैं हाथ पैर मार रहा था, तो मेरा ऑपरेशन होने के बाद मेरे पैर चले गए, और तब से अब तक मैं ऐसे ही पैरालाइज हूँ। परेशानी तो बहुत ही है। फिर उसके बाद मैं घर पे रहता था, तो 6 मंथ बाद मुझे बेड सोल हो गए थे, घाव हो गए थे, तो इतने पैसे नहीं थे वही जो हम सर्जरी करा लें। मैं 3 साल उल्टा बेड पे लेटा रहा था।
When it comes to health, the poor actually they sell everything. How do they take care of the treatment? क्योंकि अगर पब्लिक हॉस्पिटल में इनका फ्री ट्रीटमेंट नहीं होता है तो देर ऑन टू प्राइवेट। बड़ा अच्छा लगता है इकोनॉमिक जो पेपर्स में पढ़ते, कैटास्ट्रॉफिक हेल्थ केयर एक्सपेंस, वी हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ दैट, लुक्स वेरी नाइस, बट व्हेन यू डील विद इट एज अ पेशेंट coming to a doctor and as a doctor treating the patient, it's heartbreaking. You've made it friendly for cars, but you've not made it friendly for the weakest in the chain. A society is only civilized enough if you've taken care of the weakest.
Actually, this video, though it's a very intense, emotive, but this was of duration of nearly 22 minutes. It would have taken the half of the session. Our time allotted is only 1 hour. So we would like to skip this. Those who are interested may like to see this after the session is over. So Sarika will be here to exhibit this video later. Well, in this session, my objective was seeing this particular film was to show you how accidents completely change the life of human beings. Your near and dear get lost, his life is lost. Or there are people who become incapacitated. All their potential, all their strength, or you are seeing a sports person, he is not able to walk. When any accident happens on the road, we start blaming the driver. That he must have done something wrong. Without understanding who all could have been possibly contributor to this particular accident. The focus of net zero, the focus of safe travel is so much important. There was a resolution in UN that by 2030, the total accidents will be brought down to 50% over a period of 1 decade. And this is same thing for our country also, because we are also signatory there. But when you see our numbers, the numbers are, last year it was around 1.8 lakhs total accidents. So many people lost lives. How many people have lost their vitality? That number is far more. There's only those who have lost their lives. See the figures for the whole decade. This numbers runs like 1.5 million, more than 15 lakhs. And every individual is so much important. Their contribution to our economic development, contribution or GDP, it is all lost. Said that if we make our travel safe, it will contribute directly to around 2% of the GDP. So what is that we can do? We have been investing a lot on road travel, faster travel, speedier travel, through the expressways, to the highways, to good quality of road within the cities. We have also been adding to the motorization, large number of motors. See, the total figure is more than 2.5 crore last year that got registered. And out of that, nearly 2.8 crores. And out of that, nearly 80% is two-wheelers. And who are the most vulnerable? The two-wheelers, the cyclist, the pedestrian. They have a right to walk on the road, cross the road, but they lose their life. So what is that we can do so that this pain, the number of people who are losing their life, through what measures we can make their life much more secure? That is the focus of the discussion in this particular session. The focus lies on, first see the road design. What is that you can do to the road design to make it much more safer? What is that you can do to the automobile? How you can become safe? I was just seeing an exhibition, we are moving on a road in a cycle. How can you make sure that somebody coming from behind or in the front knows that somebody is moving? Your presence is marked there. What is that you can do so that the enforcement is better? And in case some accident happens, trauma care takes care. So that there is a golden hour, in that golden hour the life is not lost. Or there is a minimum damage. There could be an accident. One cannot make it 100% accident proof. In fact, that is the objective. Net zero means ultimately it should lead to zero accidents. But that is maybe far away. At least make sure that accidents are minimized, and now it's less than 50%. How that can be done? That is the focus of the discussion in this particular session. Our country is urbanizing very fast. You know, the total population in the urban areas, currently, it is, the census is yet to happen, it's around 36 to 37%. We project in terms of number, it will be around 50 to 53 crores, 520 to 530 millions. But it is projected to go beyond close to 90 crores, 900 million by say 2050, less than 2.5 decades. We are urbanizing faster than most countries across the globe. Our pace is 2 to 3%. Motorization is so fast. And in that case, the risk to the life is also increasing unless and until we are fully convinced that we have to reduce this life. She said epidemic. It's like say epidemic. You lose your life. It's not under your control. It's not because you made a mistake, because somebody did a wrong design. Somebody did not take care of this a multimodal connectivity. We have to get out of the metro and go to take another mode of transport for the last mile. Somebody has not taken care of, and you lost your life. Pedestrian pathways, see this W point, those who are from Delhi, the W point, the road crossing, that was the most prone to accidents. When I was Secretary, Mr. Mahua, we developed that system, and now there is hardly any accident. There is no accidents. People had to, perforce had to cross the road, and that was the most fast-moving road. You had no time to cross, yet people had to cross just to save time, otherwise they had to take a much longer path. So you have to come out with something innovative. And in our country there is so much of startups, so many new things. I was so happy to see your exhibition outside. So once we decide that this is the resolve for the world to bring down the loss of life on the roads to less than 50%, if you can do it for COVID, which was a pandemic, which has impacted all developed economy, it has ruined their economic system, it has ruined their health systems, and yet India came out winner. Yet India came out with solutions which started guiding the rest of the world. If we can do it for India in a situation like pandemic, which has it has shaken the whole world, just a question of taking a resolve. And not that we do not have the technology, not that we do not have the know-how, not that we do not have the sensitivity, just putting all dots together. There is a lot of talk about green mobility, sustainable mobility. Yes, why not? Who more than those who are the residents of Delhi will appreciate it? We want to go green because the pollution which is causing so much of damage to our health is a public health hazard. That is controlled. We want to go green because it will make life much better quality of life. But just being green, just being sustainable is not enough. We also have to survive to enjoy the green. So the safety comes first, sustainability comes later. They have to go hand in hand. Both are essential, and both have to go hand in hand. That is what we are, when the Honorable Prime Minister says, His vision is Viksit Bharat by 2047, less than 2.5 decades. Viksit Bharat means a very good quality of life for every citizen of India. Equity is a question of everybody enjoys that kind of quality of life. Everybody has the right on the roads to cross, to move, and move across not at the cost of your life, but safely. So it's just a question of we need to know that. In fact, somebody says the greenest mobility is you don't have to move. That is the greenest mobility. You don't have to move at all. In fact, way back in 2006, when Government of India came with National Urban Transport Policy, it was notified in 2006. The focus there was we have to move people and not move vehicles. Unfortunately, we always focused on moving the vehicle, make a faster road, have a flyover, have 2 lane to 3 lane to 4 lanes so that more and more people can move. But our population keep growing. We are going to create one more urban space as much today in the next 2.5 decades. How will you cope up with it? We have to think differently. Because that is there the question of our being Vikasit, our being developed, our taking our commitment to our own people, the citizens of this country. That is most important. And that is the focus of the discussion today. So we have all that. We're just putting the dots together in this session so that you as an August audience and a contributor to different things in this domain, the domain of safety, safe moving. We have come out with so many solutions, like metro is there, RRTS is there, BRTS is there. Now ropeway, new ropeway transport in Banaras is coming up. Very soon it will get inaugurated. We have buses, we have got different kinds of buses, low floor, different kinds of buses. We have everything. But how can we put these things together in a safe travel? Sarika told me that she has developed a very safe street in Gurgaon. In fact, I was very much enchanted and I have told her that I'll come and visit that. Maybe I'll request you to also visit if you get some time. If somebody has done a good work, that good work should be replicated elsewhere. That is how the country will become Viksit by 2047. The good work should not remain in islands. It should convert into continents. Islands to continents. So in this session, we have 2 panelists and I will conclude at the end. We'll take 1 hour. Started with a movie which, inconclusive, which we'll show later. The first speaker here is Mr. Venkata Subba Rao, Chunduru. He has over 2 decades of experience working in the field of designing, planning, technology, infrastructure, all these fields which is relevant for this. And he is working with a Dutch company, Arcadis. As a Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, we have involved these people in our smart city mission. A lot of good work has been done. Again, those work has to be replicated. So to start with, let me first request Venkat to share his insights, experiences, knowledge and commitments towards this end of Vision Zero India. It is not Vision, Global Vision Zero, it's a Vision Zero India. So Venkat, over to you. Thank you.
Primarily, I can just start with few of my experiences in terms of course, these are experience with every one of you also, some of them. But I personally have learned some of these things which, like what sir was saying, which can be having a multiplier effect if you learn and then try to implement them in road safety process. One of the first things what takeaway for us was that in Bangalore, we are working very closely with the traffic police And during New Year Eves, like what we realized was there was a lot of accidents. Single day, largest number of fatalities and accidents were actually happening in Bangalore. And then we wanted to actually, Commissioner of Police wanted to actually make sure that we have a fatality-free New Year Eve to be done. And then we have actually put every other possibility to actually ensure that we are all ensuring that there are no accidents first of all, and if there are accidents, there are no fatalities. And all the key stakeholders were actually involved, and then we finally achieved that there are no fatalities. There were 4 accidents in 2025 New Year, but no fatalities. That was a big breakthrough, and I remember everyone was working towards that part. It was a pure collaborative effort when we saw everyone coming in here. So there are 2 lessons here, and I'll tell you another associated. Recently 2026 New Year, we wanted to repeat the same thing, and there were same protocol, same thing that we actually did, but then there was one accident that actually happened. One two-wheeler guy blatantly went at high speed and hit the curb, and then he was spot dead, but his wife, who is a pillion reader, she's now serious in hospital. So we said, like, when we did everything right in 2025 and repeated the same thing in 2026, what went wrong in this time, right? So one of the biggest learnings for us was that we can only prevent what we can predict. There are some things which we cannot predict, cannot be prevented. So I think our focus has to be on what is predictable and what we should focus on preventing what is predictable. This was one key lesson that we actually learned, and then we are trying to see how we can replicate. Second, as part of COVID, we all know when COVID came in, how it shook all of us, and I'm sure everyone lost some of their friends, family members during this exercise. But then there are a couple of things that actually happened very unique, right? So first one was that we all learned how to wear a mask, which was never a habit for us. We learned how to wear a mask, and then we knew that wearing a mask was a big thing for us. Second, we learned the importance of hygiene. We all were sanitizing our hands regularly. Though it was a good habit which was taught to us at the school time, nobody bothered about it, but then after COVID has taught us to sanitize our hands regularly, right? So nobody had to tell. After that, now today, nobody needs to tell us. That became an inherent habit for us. But more importantly, during COVID, one of the other things that we actually saw was also that the whole ecosystem was working with a one single unified objective of to see how we can get out of this and how we can save lives. Like, for example, people were not looking at saving lives. People were looking at how to make oxygen available in hospitals. I remember every other officer was actually to make sure that cities are actually having adequate oxygen in their cities, right? So what was the mission for them? That is something is what is required. Now today, the biggest learning for us is that road safety has become a national crisis. We are not realizing that, but then we are in the crisis. It's a national risk. Losing 3% of GDP, we are not realizing it's how much impact it can actually cause. So I think one of the important takeaways for us from COVID was that there are simple things that need to be done to ensure that we all become accountable and responsible for our own lives. Second, the authorities, once they are aligned to one particular goal, I think the system can make it happen. And we use technology to the best during that period. The other part, key lesson takeaway was what happens when an air crash actually. All of us know the recent one that actually happened, which is Ahmedabad, what actually happened. One air crash, it has shooken up the whole world, and everybody is behind investigating that accident. Now, one accident happens, nobody bothers about it. I know a lot of places people record. Now, at least one good part is we are recording accidents in the country, but what happens, nobody is looking at why that accident happened, how it actually happened. Very rarely we do reconstruct the accident and we try to work on to see what went wrong. But why can't we do that part for road safety? So only when we do that part, the whole of aviation safety, if you think, they have moved it from a pilot's fault to a system fault. So they are now trying to make the system safe. Even if the pilot errs, the system will not make a crash happen in that case, right? So I think that is one thing that we need to learn from air crashes, that how we can actually make a system safe and non-vulnerable. The other important takeaway for us was that when we tried to, in one of the things that we worked out in Bangalore, people were not traffic as a problem. What we realized was that traffic police, though they are made accountable, not everything is in their control. There is so much, like for example, there are potholes there are vehicle breakdowns that actually happen, there are ambulance movements that are actually, there are construction permits that are construction work, so many things which are not in their control. But when Bangalore police goes and tells them, boss, you need to do this, nobody used to listen to them, right? But then with the support of the chief secretary and with the willingness of her, we actually set up a cross interagency dashboard. And then even a pothole was to be reported by a traffic police, and then she used to monitor whether those potholes are fixed on time or not. Now she used to monitor whether ambulances are all coming on board or not. She was monitoring whether the BMTC buses which are actually failing and taking 6 hours to rescue, they are trying to close it in fast or not. But nobody was listening to each other. There's no respect for each other. There's no collaboration between each other. But when the system was put in place as a multi-agency collaboration platform, and when on the top their performance is getting visible, everybody started performing in the whole ecosystem. Suddenly we started seeing improvement in the whole city. So what is important is, like, tech plays a very important role in what we can do and what we need to achieve, and then we can actually make people accountable through the process rather than actually making physically people to sit together and then operate on that part. Last but not the least, I think there's big lesson what in our own Indian civilization, we actually know what is Swadharma and Rajadharma kind of a thing. If we are actually self-accountability and self-realization ke alawa, there is nothing else that can actually take us to a right goal. So I think important is that we need to make sure that we self-realize, and one simple thing, if we stop using mobile phones while driving, I think that's the biggest thing that we can give for ourselves and others. I think, can we all do that part today? Can we all make sure we wear seat belts? Can we all make sure that everybody is using helmets while driving? So these are few takeaways, and these are quick lessons that based on which I was trying to build one simple analogy. If you can go to the next slide. What I wanted to actually talk about, this is one example that I talked about where we were trying to make it a fatality-free New Year Eve. Next slide, please. So important is we need to change the definitions. We can't have the Western definitions being imported, and we are a growing economy. And then when we are growing, when so many vehicles are getting added up and so much of construction happening, so many things happening, I can't anticipate zero fatalities to happen in a short span of time. So what is important is, at a project level where projects are built and projects are matured, we can actually aim for zero fatalities on a project level. But what is important at a state level, a district level, or a national level, we need to think of net zero growth to be first curtailed. That's an achievable mission for what I feel is, right? If you can have, at least we don't need to grow. We'll make sure that we curtail the growth, and at least with the growth of economy and with so much of projects, so much of economic activity going around, can we just stop the growth of accidents? Can we maintain status quo? At least to that extent, can we actually achieve those things? So I think if you are able to shift the performance indicators, then I'm sure it will motivate people to work better, because the problem is, the moment you put an impossible thing in front of you, then automatically we have lost the game even before we have started trying to play the game, right? So it's important that we actually set the goals right for ourselves to make sure that we do this part. There is a 5-code mechanism that is very important for us to make sure. As a gist I wanted to tell, we definitely need a paradigm shift to happen. We need to make sure that we are actually ensuring that there is a technology is put to place at all times. Important is that every one of us have to see the same risk of an accident. Make sure that the roads are under continuous surveillance. Make sure you predict the risk from happening. Create the heat maps and make sure that the actions are taken, and then make sure that when the incident happens, like what sir was saying, make sure the golden hour responses are made. One of the classic examples I'll tell, we are working with the National Highway Authority on one of the programs on the last mile, the golden hour response process management with Map My India. And one of the classic cases I saw was the paramedics are not trained properly. There was a major accident that actually happened. That gentleman was actually gasping, and then there's so much of blood pressure was actually going down, and the call comes to the command control center. I don't know what to do. Can somebody help me? And there is no doctor in the command control center. The person on the paramedic doesn't know what to do. And then we all know what happens when the blood pressure keeps going on, right? And there is no doctor even for whom they can actually call. Fortunately, the call center guy knows one of his friend as a doctor, and then he called, and then he took him on the line, and he said, like, use this thing, do this, use this injection, and then do that part. Fortunately, that guy was saved and put to hospital, right? But unfortunate situation, this is where we are in the current scheme of things. We don't have trained paramedics. We don't have the ecosystem ready, the infrastructure ready for actually addressing the victims who are actually getting through this crisis. So important is that we need the whole ecosystem to actually be geared up. And there is a huge amount of work that need to be done, and it cannot happen with presentations, conferences, awareness programs are not enough. We need a COVID kind of a response, definitely, that is required. And there are hundreds of stories that we can talk about, which will shake us up, but end of the day, what is required is a unified action that is actually required, and realization that it's a national crisis for all of us. Most importantly, so many fatalities happening, there is no learning loop in the ecosystem. What is important is we need to make sure that every accident has a lesson for us. It could be a design lesson, it could be an operation lesson, it could be a technology lesson, it could be a people lesson that we can actually learn, but important is we need to learn. Unless we learn from what is going wrong, I think there is no way that we can actually improve. In fact, I constantly keep taking COVID as a classic example. We learned our mistakes. In the initial days, what actually happened versus what happened at the fag end of the second time when we were hit, what we did, our response was totally different. We learned from our mistakes what actually happened. So important is we definitely need a learning loop in the whole scheme of things, without which it won't happen. So what is this pronged approach is what definitely is what we prescribe that we should actually take into account and make sure that we do this. Next slide, please. While we do this, what tech can do is amazing. The classic example I told about multi-agency collaboration is excellent. What tech can do is it can actually start recording things. For example, in Bangalore, what we did was, as part of our Astram program, Actionable Intelligence for Sustainable Traffic Management, traffic police, though Bangalore was known for its congestion, till 2 years back, they never had a pattern of traffic patterns or congestion patterns in Bangalore. They never knew what were the 20 top junctions which are actually congested and what they need to do for that part. Now, without proper situational awareness, without awareness what actions you can take, they were just trying to act based on what they get to do every day that used to happen. But when we actually got into picture, we started gathering data at every junction level. We started gathering data, and we started giving them the situational awareness. First thing was how my weekday, how a Monday traffic behaves, what Monday morning versus Wednesday evening, what is the traffic pattern. It used to be like they had how to deploy resources, where accidents are happening, where breakdowns are happening. We started giving them intelligence. Now imagine the kind of, with that, how empowered the traffic police used to feel to actually make sure that what actions they need to take, they are well prepared to take actions today. And with 2 years of data that we have, we started predicting the congestions for tomorrow, day after. We started doing that part. Now they are empowered with data. The platform technology is giving them empowerment to actually act, take right decisions, evaluate their decisions on a platform, what is right, what works, what doesn't work, and then make sure that they are actually moving forward on those lines. And the learnings are actually getting shared across multiple team members. Between zones, they have a performance dashboard now. What happens in one city police area versus other, they are now in a competition to work with each other, right? Tech has a huge benefit, I can say, and it can actually bring a lot of accountability, a lot of transparency in the way that we can actually do. And I think this is a big shift that can actually happen in the whole ecosystem. Next. This is one small example I just wanted to take, how we are actually trying to improve how the junctions get designed, how the junctions get evaluated. Using AI, we are actually able to now trace the path of vehicles, and we are able to give near-miss analysis. We are able to tell even before the crash happens, we are able to predict these are the potential crash points, and through channelization, through better design, better regulation, we can actually improve the safety at the junctions, right? So this is one small example. There are so many things that are actually going on with the help of tech, and I can't, we can go on for hours together on that part. Next. We put up in Bangalore for the first time, we have actually did an AI-based signals which adapt to the traffic flow patterns. And they actually allow the greens or the pass-through is actually given based on the volume of traffic. And imagine, one of the important things that we never anticipated was one, of course the congestions are actually going to be coming down, speeds are going to be better. To our surprise, we also saw the speeds have got regulated and the safety has actually become much better. We have been able to reduce fatalities at these corridors and these junctions where the signals have been automated. So there is a regulated speed that now, for example, Bangalore, on even you go to Map My India map, it actually tells you when you can actually see how much time you will actually get to see a green that is actually coming up. So there are a lot of things that we are doing in these lines. Next, please. So one of the important things that, again, there are two things that definitely we need to actually plan is, we need to make sure that the capability of the people are actually being enhanced, whether it is a paramedic or whether it is a designer or a planner or a district road safety authority, what they're actually doing. It's important that we need to make sure that the survival is actually first, but 37% of the fatalities are because of we are not able to give proper care at the during the golden hour. So if you are able to save those lives, imagine what kind of outcomes that we can actually achieve, right? The second biggest thing is we need to make sure that we have a learning loop which is actually there, make sure we are able to predict and we are able to prevent them. I think this is, we need to move from a care, we need to make sure that we are giving a right care at the right time, we need to make sure that we are doing a root cause analysis, we need to make sure that we are taking corrective steps, we are actually making sure that we are able to enhance the capability by learning this part. This is very operational focus that is required to be given to the road safety teams on the grounds, which is very important, and we are being able to see the outcomes of these kind of actions being taken on the ground. Now, important is once we do, next slide please. So once we do this, there's one important thing that I would like to emphasize here is, when we saw the patterns of accidents that we realized, with the space, the pattern of accidents are varying. And with the time, the patterns are actually varying. So our interventions cannot be same. At the same point, I cannot have the same intervention and expect the same result to actually happen. So with space and with time, interventions have to change. So this is very important observation that we actually derived based on our analysis of the data, and we need to make sure that this, if it is actually goes into people, because they try to repeat the same thing at the same time or same space, and then they expect outcomes to happen which are not happening. So I think this is one of the important things that we wanted to actually emphasize, because the same thing, when on a corridor level, our interventions have to be different. At a city level, the interventions have to be different. At a district level, at a state level, at a national level, the imperatives interventions have to be at a different level, different things have to be taken. I can't say same Vision Zero, you actually implemented a project at a national level. So the interventions and the activations have to be totally different. Next slide, please. Now, after all this, one thing what I personally and also our team, what we feel strongly is that we need an Indian way of doing things. And definitely we can, with the kind of what we showed to the world in the COVID, the way we responded, not just for India, but to the world, we have been a support to the whole ecosystem. There is an Indian way that we can actually solve the problem of road safety and mitigate the country from risk. One is make sure that citizens become responsible. Second, the governance becomes accountable. And the third most important is there is a science and technology that is put to use. With the three things being put to use, I'm sure there is definitely light at the end of the tunnel that we can actually see with this kind of a process being deployed. Last but not the least, what I feel is with every effort being logged, every system being tracked, and with every action being made accountable, I'm sure we will be able to achieve the net zero as a first step. What we can do is definitely seems achievable, and we all need to come together towards that one action. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Venkat, with your lot of experience working in city of Bangalore, which is considered as, like I say, is a nightmare moving in the city of Bangalore. It used to be such a beautiful city. I remember in young days when I was in college, going to Bangalore was such a fantastic experience. Nowadays, when you have to go to Bangalore, you feel like quite scared that how much time you will have to spend on the road. That's really difficult. So coming with this kind of a solution, and especially safety-focused solution, is a wonderful step and lot to learn from there. Now I move to my second panelist. Sarika, more known for her Ragiri. I mean, Ragiri, in whether in Delhi or in Gurgaon or other places, she is more known for the non-motorized transport. Not the motorized, but non-motorized transport, where the people have the right on the road. When you take away the people from the road, you just have the vehicle. You are making it only for the vehicle. But ultimately, you have to make it for the people. So, without any further discussion, she is well known. She has worked in the bicycle sharing, in the cycle, in various other projects, as I mentioned to you in Gurgaon, on this safe streets. So, over to you, Sarika. Thank you.
But I really like to thank IRF to organize this and making the title as Vision Zero. And whatever we say, this is achievable. Either starting from one street or one black spot, this is achievable. And it is not that India is different. We are equally competent to achieve. If Helsinki can achieve, if Sweden can achieve, if Bogota is about to achieve, we can also achieve Vision Zero. That is my firm belief. We need to start, but we need to start to achieve this. That's it. I'm not going into more data, but because everyone knows how many deaths, how many injuries happening, I want to show this video, which is an old video, but can you play this video from there? Now, previous slide, there is a video in the left. You need to click it. लेफ्ट में देखो उसको ये जो आइसबर्ग बना है ना उसको क्लिक करोगे तो नीचे वीडियो दिखेगा सॉरी इट्स ओके टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस बट व्हाट इज हाँ कैन प्ले नाउ सो रोड सेफ्टी वी सी इट एज एन आइसबर्ग ओके we see that 2.5 lakh people dying but just see how much underneath impact and other data we have. It is not about the 2.5 lakh people dying. It is about another 3 lakh plus people getting seriously injured who get permanently disabled, which is even much more worse than somebody is dying. Because the breadwinner, only breadwinner of the family is in bed now. You need to support the medical for him and also running the household. So the burden to the woman in the family. And another 6 lakhs people get some kind of injuries. It's about 10 lakh families getting impacted every year in our country. So that's what. Sir already told about one plane crash happens and how the entire globe talking about it, but every day we are losing one jumbo jet in our country. What is going wrong? Like what other part of the world doing? Why they are able to decline now? Globally 13% road traffic deaths and injuries are declining, but in India it is increasing to 11 to 12%. Where we are going wrong actually? So this is the problem. It's an individual's duty. आप गाड़ी अच्छे से चलाओ, आप हेलमेट पहनो, आप सीट बेल्ट पहनो. You know, this is like a victim blaming system, the mindset we have. That is true, but we have seen behavioral changes also happens because of safe system. Then empathy, we don't have empathy. If a pedestrian crossing, we will honk more. We need to speed our car. So there is no empathy and we will always blame the pedestrian why he is doing or she is doing jaywalking. We don't have pedestrian infrastructure in our country. We don't even have a proper zebra crossing in most of our signals or intersections. We don't have footpaths. We don't have footpaths at all. World Bank has done a study, we have only 2% walkable footpaths in our country. That is also not universally accessible, by the way, that 2% also. Then speeding, highway type. Our highways are going inside the city, inside the villages. We cannot treat it as a highway. We need to treat it as an urban road. Then speeding is a problem again. And our drivers are not equipped to that speed actually. That is also a problem. And then penalties, we know how it is system is working in our country. Post-crash response already talked. Data. Data is again a big problem right now. We don't have adequate data. We don't have gender data. We don't have age data so far, including in our policy. For whom we are developing this infrastructure? If we don't know in a particular place a woman or a children then everybody thinks that, oh, flyover bana do, footover bridge bana do. If a woman is dying, a pregnant woman died in that intersection, do we need a footover bridge in that intersection? Or do we need to cater to that woman, that type of, because we always developing infrastructure for abled male body in our country. That's the problem. Then lack of also knowledge. So overall, we know that, what globally people are doing, accepting safe system approach and how they are addressing all other SDGs through one road safety project. And I'll show you in the, what we know how we have done it, how we have achieved it also in my side. These are the 4 things is the primary to do. Safety comes first, not traffic jams. So what is happening? We are going opposite. Traffic jams happening, let's widen the road. Let's make more flyover, let's make more footover bridge, which is again causing unsafe road infrastructure to our country. Again, multiple disciplinary and all that. So this is again, we all know. Traditional approach still we are adopting, educate people, educate people, educate people. Every time we are doing lot of awareness campaigns, lot of other things to educate people. But from last 40 years, nothing changed. So we need to reverse it. Okay, and what global best practices, we no need to reinvent the wheel. What has been proven concept, we need to adapt it to our own conditions, that's it. So the global goal, already sir has promised me through Supreme Court committee, we are going to achieve this, and we are very hopeful, sir, that at least 50%, not 0. It will take another 50 years, I guess, but at least if we can achieve 50% by 2030 will be a great achievement for all of us. At least not increasing 13, 14% every year. I'm not going into this. These are the 5 pillars we need to really be focused and work on. Road safety management is very important. That's why we need boards in the states and the districts. More not DRSC meetings kind. Safer road infrastructure. Every single street in our country should have a 1.5 meter footpath. Can't we have can't we give 1.5 meter to a pedestrian in our street? If it is a 12 meter road, also a pedestrian deserves 1.8 meter wide footpath. Forget about cycle track, forget about fencing infrastructure. Just accessible 1.8 meter footpath. Right? So that's the thing. Safer vehicles, we have achieved a lot in safer vehicles. Road users, behavioral, we need, but we have seen that, because of better infrastructure, behavioral always change. I give example of metro in Delhi. Nobody spit or throw garbage in metro. Why? Because that kind of infrastructure has been developed in this. Then emergency care, of course, we really need to work on it. So that's it. If somebody had an accident in Gurgaon, still people take it to PGI Rohtak. That's the condition so far in our condition. Talked about technology because the concept is safer infrastructure and technology. So we are using, in Gurgaon also, we are using that technology and we are using it for road audits. Because manual road audits takes lots of time. So we are using doing road audits through technology now. And recently we completed 800 meter of municipal corporation roads audit. So that was almost Gurgaon Manesar 800 kilometer road audit we did. And basic things, is there a broken footpath? Is there some obstruction in the footpath? Is there a zebra crossing or not? Road safety element or pothole? Is there dust in road? We captured dust also because dust pollution is the biggest thing. So these are a few things we captured through our AI-based road audit system, and we are going to work on at least 20-25 kilometer every year to make basic infrastructure change so that the street is pothole free, road safety elements are aligned, and a walkable footpath. That's it. Globally, every country has adopted Vision Zero, which is safe system approach, and it's has been proven concept, so that's why India also need to adopt Vision Zero. And why Vision Zero? We cannot even not a one death due to road crashes is acceptable. That's why it is zero, right? Like you all can be saved if I die, so that is not acceptable to me, so not even one person. Again, strengthening this, I'm not going into what Rahagiri Foundation do, but we all work in all 6 E's, and how we work is in very detail. In engineering, we do a lot of intersections improvement, black spot improvement, street improvement. In education, we don't do quiz competition, painting competition, but we do capacity building training of the school kids. We do audits with the school kids. We do workshop with the school kids, and the elder school kids after 9th grade onwards, not with younger school kids. Engagement, we do engagement with all the stakeholders, including private consultations, corporates like NASCOM, CIN, etc. Include them in our thing. Enforcement, emergency response, and evaluation strategy, because you need to understand what you have done, what went wrong and what went right, and how we need to improve that. So evaluation is very, very, very important. So now you really need to play these videos, otherwise there is no point of my presentation. So now you will see these are the 5, we have done a lot of work, but five improvement that I want to see, that how we can do, how we can achieve 50% by 2030.
Bridges and NMT facilities, but people don't use them because they are inaccessible, uncomfortable, and poorly connected to each other. Another issue is that buses traveling to and from Rajiv Chowk halt here without a designated bus stop, which inevitably creates congestion. So to fix it, they took all the roads coming in from different angles and fed them into a properly designed intersection with pedestrian passages, proper U-turns, slip roads, lots of landscaping, zebra crossing, and rumble strips to slow drivers, while ensuring safe and continuous pedestrian access throughout. It took 6 months of continuous effort by the Rahagiri Foundation using tactical urbanism tools like cones, paints, pollards, and drone data to study pedestrian behavior. Based on those findings, they introduced 6 different traffic signals to minimize conflict points. Each approach now has its own dedicated phase. Because of this, there has been a 38% reduction in fatalities. This entire project was carried out under the Gurugram Vision Zero initiative, led by the Gurugram District Administration in collaboration with Gurugram Traffic Police, NHI, and GMDA. And as a large share of the traffic consists of buses, the future plan includes 6 designated bus spaces with proper waiting and sitting areas, extensive landscaping to curb pollution and dust, and metal fencing along passenger path. Much of this fencing and landscaping is already done at several spots, making it both safe and accessible. Inside the circle, there
show you that we always say that behavioral change we need to do a lot of awareness campaign and all that, but you just see when you do right kind of infrastructure improvement, people behavior automatically change. And you can see in all this, people are walking in footpath where there is designated, people are stopping in traffic islands, and people are waiting for the signal. The vehicles are waiting for the signal to turn. So this is science. We cannot work in theory. This road safety has to be, solved scientifically. That's it. Last एक video और दिखा दीजिएगा, मैं बता दूँगी. Next. And in all this, somewhere we have achieved 0 fatalities now, and many places is more than 50 to 60% reduction now. Next slide. Next. This is one school zone I want to show you. Play कर दीजिए. मैंने 10 मिनट ही लिया प्रेजेंटेशन. is the last one. So this is the street I was talking about. This is a zero fatality street now. It's an
This
industrial
street was
area,
a
and
complete mess
every
with
year
missing
there used to be
footpaths,
5
utility
fatalities.
hazards, and barely any space to walk, making it both confusing and unsafe for everyone. This street is an access road that goes around businesses, and it used to be configured like this: a chaotic stretch with no footpaths and zero structure. But now it looked like this. The first thing they added was a shared use path along the side for pedestrian and cyclists. They added on-street parking, narrowed the lanes in several spots, and built raised crosswalks, all of which naturally slow down traffic and also make crossing easier for wheelchair users. Not only has this improved traffic flow, safety, and pedestrian access, but it also looks a lot nicer. But the government's plan would have removed nearly all 400 existing trees and widened the road to allow more vehicles. Exactly how the government usually does. That's when the Rahagiri Foundation stepped in. Instead of widening the road, they created a people-first design that prioritizes pedestrians and cyclists while saving all 400 trees. Today, this road is free of dust and pollution. Previously, it was nothing like this. They proved that streets should work for people, not just for cars driving through or sitting in traffic jams. And in doing so, they showed that people-first, walkable redesigns are not just meant for big cities, they are for communities of all sizes.
So thank you so much. So what I want to say is that, we can also build world-class infrastructure. लास्ट एक थैंक यू स्लाइड मेरा दिखाएंगे, मैं बहुत उसको दिखाना चाहती हूँ. नहीं सो दिस इज अवर अप्रोच, राइट? मोर रोड्स, अंडरपासेस, फ्लाईओवर्स, filthy, like this cannot be our urban infrastructure, not for cities. This can be access highways for fleet and everything, but when it comes to cities, we need public transport, more and more buses. Sir, our humble buses has died somewhere, but sir has typed PME bus drive, so we are hopeful. More public transport with more exposure to your accident. So we need to build better. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarika. I know you can take another half an hour, continue doing this, but time is always the most important thing, and we have already overshot. I don't know whether we have time to take any questions, but the discussion has been very nice. I mean, coming to people who have demonstrated on the ground. And this is something the country must resolve, and we must do that. It is in our interest, and it is in the interest of making Bharat Viksit by 2047. Because Viksit is not infrastructure, an infrastructure which is safe and improves the quality of life of the citizens. So this is something which is essential. We need to move towards that. And I will request Srivastava ji, because what Sarika has shown is something which is her endeavor. But let me tell you, as a Secretary to Government of India, I have traveled across the country and many people have come out with various kinds of solutions. There is no dearth of expertise, there is no dearth of commitment, but there are all smaller islands. We need to connect them. If your portal or if your website can provide a platform on which all such good work can be demonstrated. Maybe more and more, because this should be one thing in a outcome of a workshop like conclave like this, all good practices should be showcased to more and more people that could motivate others and can demonstrate them. Well, this is also possible, and you can make it do. You can make it happen. So if you can do that, that can be a very big outcome of this particular conversation. So if there is anything we'd like to answer, otherwise I would like to close the session. We have already overshot 1 hour. Yes.
Thank you to our presenters for their wonderful presentations. This was quite an eye-opening session. When you move from statistics to real life, it does become quite emotional. I will request our session chair to please present our speakers with mementos. I request Mr. Mishra to please present a memento to Mr. Venkata Subbarao Chandru. I request Mr. Mishra to present a memento to Ms. Sarika Bhatt. I request Kapila sir to please come up on stage to present a memento to our session chair, Mr. D.S. Mishra. Thank you. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph, please. Thank you to all our speakers for taking the time to come here.
Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz wanted to make an announcement about an event. Please come here. Thank you. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to take the time to invite all of you to our annual conference that is happening in Geneva this year from the 16th to the 18th of November. And this is an event that we do annually, and in this case we'll do it in person. I was talking to some of you in the exhibition and through this event that you participated in the last edition we did in Istanbul 2 years ago. So this will be a new moment to connect with our network, and I invite you all to be part of this event. This is a 3 days flags exhibition and some technical visits as well. So yeah, this is the opportunity, and I want you to take a moment. Thank you.
Well, there were two brief presentations. Where are the people? They will come anyway. I see Satyendra, so you please come. Before the panel discussion starts, there are two small presentations. It is loaded.
Good evening to everyone. So I will speak what are the agile innovations to make highways sustainable. Please. Folder में आइए folder. Basic thing is what is mean of agile. Agile means any innovative technique which could be easily adaptable. Digital technology could be converted into physical. It should be repeatable. It could use maximum local staff, local person. These are the meaning of agile innovations. Next, please. इसमें change होएगा क्या? बोले इसमें change होएगा कैसे? इससे change होएगा? So first thing, if you see, we are the second largest road network in India. We are the second largest producer of aggregate. We are the second largest producer of cement in the world. If you see the GHG gas, greenhouse gas, which is most important to reduce from our earth. How to reduce? If we use waste material, if we use sustainable, if we use innovative technique, then we can make an environment green. like if we grow plants only, all carbon dioxide will be absorbed by the plant, fresh air will come in the air. So that is why we early morning we go for walking. The reason is early morning the plant releases oxygen, they absorb carbon dioxide. With the help of carbon dioxide, our global warming temperature is increasing. Every day, 1 kilometer land is being sequestered due to global warming only. So this is in China also. Earlier we were having the third, now we are having the fourth in the world in producing GHG gas. Next please. Next. You see, this is the one section. First ultra high performance concrete was used in Bombay. JJ flyover, Bandra Worli Sea Link, M90 grade concrete. When we started metro, our pier thickness was 1.5 meter. Then we use high strength cement 500. Delhi Agra, we are having 150 mm thick pier cap. Today we are having 100 mm thick pier cap. By using pre-tension, ultra high performance concrete, there is a MORTS circular also. We must use very high strength concrete due to less weight, less bearing capacity, because when you design any structure, 90% is the dead load, 40% is the live load. If bearing capacity is very low, we must use ultra high performance concrete. It is nothing only conventional concrete plus 5-10% silica fume plus 1% structural fiber or polymer fiber, sir. Nowadays, there is a new cement, new IS code has come. Without OPC cement, you can make building M40 grade concrete. There is a IS code, geopolymer, simply fly ash plus sodium hydroxide or caustic soda. If you take any waste mineral admixture, add potassium hydroxide, you can make M40. This is the most appropriate material for sustainable structure. Today, we are having a vacuum oven also. Earlier, we were using for finding binder content, trichloroethylene, benzene, we are extracting, it was polluting the environment. Today, automatic ovens are there, ASTM code is also there. If you put bitumen in it, digital, within 5-10 minutes, you can find out the binder content. Similarly, if you want to find out the moisture content in the soil, use vacuum pressure. Very quickly you can find. What China is doing, earlier we were using prefabricated vertical drain. It takes 1 year, 2 years. Now it takes 5 hours only. What they do vacuum at the bottom of the PVD pipe, prefabricated. So within few hours, all water is sucked and proper consolidation is going on. So this I have told you, ultra high performance polymer. Border area mainly, where temperature is minus 40 degrees centigrade, we have to go pre-stress peak concrete pavement also. So I think day before yesterday, Veera Raghavan sir was also asking, his student was in BRO, so they want to use pre-cast, pre-tension concrete pavement. वापस जाएंगे थोड़ा back. You can say this is the technique, sir. Vacuum. Nowadays, for slope stabilization, we are having a porous vegetation concrete. It is nothing only a waste recycled aggregate. Make it porous, put some seed in it. On the embankment slope, it will, or go for a nailing also in the slope. Put these porous concrete with vegetation, your slope will be stabilized. For survey, we are having mostly the most modern equipment. We are using self-healing concrete also. We are using self-healing flexible pavement also. In flexible pavement, most important thing, we must use bio-bitumen. We can use pyro-bitumen, which is a waste of rubber tire. We can make our structure more sustainable. Nowadays, earlier we were going for GNSS, toll, taxi, toll way. Now we are going multi-level free lane flow. At 2 places we have already started. One in Gujarat, other is in Haryana. Work is going on, no gate, nothing else. So very quickly you can pass on the traffic. In asphalt pavement, if you really want to make road sustainable, Three important things if you take care which are given in the code, which is not being adopted at many places. First thing, find out the thickness of the bitumen coating. It must be 6 to 8. We must do Hamburg rating test, performance test, water sensitivity test and fatigue test. We must find out the bond strength of the tack coat and prime coat. 90% whenever we use the tack coat, it is just going to black and we put the hot material. All water convert into steam. If you are putting any bituminous material, your tire should not stick. Second thing, it is given in the NHA circular also, sir. We have to use Hamburg rating test, 70 kg wheel, 20,000 passes. If you run, the rating should not be more than 6 mm. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Satinder. Our next small presentation is from Dr. Nitin Nakhat and the Pragati PaveTech and some innovative pavement technology. 5 minutes.
If you could go to the presentation, please. Thank you. I'm here to talk about road furnishing. Just so that I have an attentive audience, could I just ask you to do one small step with me? Just put your hands out there as if you're driving a car, and I want you to vibrate it. Can you feel those vibrations all through your body? Can you? Right? This is exactly what we want to do to drivers who get sleepy early in the morning. Between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. in the morning, you have the highest percentage of fatalities per accident. Speed is inversely proportional to road safety. And the impact speed determines the fatality ratios. This is what we need to do. We call it rib lines or audio tactile road markings. What does an audio tactile road marking do? On the left, you have the regular road markings that you are all accustomed to. On the right is the audio tactile road marking. The moment the vehicle's wheels touch the lines, the whole vehicle starts vibrating. You get a sound, the steering vibrates, and the driver jolts back to consciousness. He gets those very precious milliseconds where he can steer back to the motorable part of the road and avoid accidents. As per Yale University and Michigan University researchers, this can reduce early morning fatalities by as much as 40%. Can we just click on the pic so that I can show you the video? Please ignore the sound at the back, but I just wanted to show that this system, indigenously developed, the machineries are Indian, the paint is Indian, and it solves a real Indian problem. Instead of the normal line, the machine is deploying audio tactile at the very speed in which regular road markings happen. This is an ideal situation or an ideal solution for intercity travels. I'm not talking about urban travel, but for intercity travels, it solves three major problems. Number one, retroreflectivity. Wet time retroreflectivity is 400% more on audio tactile road markings. Two, longevity. The road markings are it's a variable paint. So if the number of passes go down, it lasts longer. Cost effective. And also, it reduces fatalities at a very major level. Response. as the tire touches the line, this is the kind of response you get. You get steering vibration, which is tactile feedback, and you get audible feedback, which is a sharp rumble sound. This is the cross section of the profile marking or the audio tactile marking. It can be done on new projects. We also have the technology to do it on old projects where the lines have already been put. What do you get with automatic machines? The machines that have been made in India, they are very, very affordable, makes road safety a lot more affordable. You get uniform line thickness, consistent glass bead application for retroreflectivity, enhanced addition because of the screed application methodology, and standard compliance. Better road markings will give you improved visibility, precise line and lane discipline, and a lot of accident reduction. This is what we've been talking about throughout this session, and this is the ultimate goal. Pardon me if I'm using my mother tongue here. मैं 1/140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तान हूँ. मैं 1/140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी का फर्ज निभाऊं तो 140 करोड़ मिलकर पूरा हिंदुस्तान नेट जीरो की तरफ जा सकता है. This year is the inauguration of this very technology in 2021. Now, where have we deployed this technology? The first project that we did was Bundelkhand Expressway, which was then awarded as the safest expressway in all of Asia. The first deployment was here. Now we're doing it on Agra-Lucknow Expressway, we're doing it on Visakhapatnam-Raipur Expressway, and also on multiple ring roads like Srinagar Ring Road and Dehradun-Delhi Expressway as well. But this can go on to all the other national highways. I don't know if we have contractors here as well. If they are here, let me tell you, for your road projects, road marking is like salt to your food. It's less than 1%, but gives you the taste. So road markings is less than 1% of your entire road project, but it gives you beauty, safety, and reliability. Thank you for your time, sir. And we would love for you to just visit our booth outside. We are moving towards a small pledge. I would just read out this pledge. I'm taking this last 1 minute on this. The pledge is, I will always drive on the correct side of the road. I will always wear seat belts. I will not drink and drive. I will not use digital devices while driving, and I will follow lane discipline. I am glad to inform you that in the last 365 days, we've been able to take 8,000 pledges by multiple layers of the society, including students, parents, and college goers as well. So thank you for your time and for being such an attentive audience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the presentations. We will now begin with a panel discussion on policy to practice enabling Vision Zero through sustainable infrastructure and smart mobility. We have heard many presentations during the day today and yesterday on the different products and solutions that make road infrastructure and mobility safer and sustainable. So we now have a panel discussion where experts will discuss how to put these ideas into policies and into action to reduce accidents and attain India's Vision Zero. Please welcome on stage our moderators for this session. Please welcome Mr. K.K. Kapila, President Emeritus, IRF, and Professor P.K. Sigdar, Advisor, IRF-IC. Please welcome our panelists in this session. Mr. Richard Yeo, Chief Operating Officer, National Transport Research Organisation, Australia. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please welcome Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Director General, IRF Geneva. Please welcome Mr. S.K. Nirmal, former DG, R&D and SS, and former Secretary General, Indian Roads Congress. Please welcome Asha Latta, Director, NATPAC Trivandrum, Kerala. Please welcome Mr. D.O. Tavade, Senior Vice President, IRF India Chapter. Please welcome Geetam Tiwari, Trip Chair Professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Delhi. Please welcome Deepak Daj, reporter of the Times of India. Please welcome Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, President, IRF IC, and Professor A. Veera Raghavan, former Professor, IIT Madras. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, member of the Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety. If you could come up on stage for this discussion, please. Please give him a round of applause. I would request our moderators to please initiate this discussion.
Sorry, मैं बैठा हूँगा तो silent पे हो. Esteemed panelists, delegates, members from the media. The panel discussion is titled Policy to Practice, Enabling Vision Zero through Sustainable Infrastructure and Smart Mobility. Friends, we have excellent rules, excellent acts. Where we lack today is their implementation. We are unable to implement these excellent rules that we have framed, and that is where the problem lies. Without going into the details myself, I'd like to call panelists Richard Yeo, I would request each panelist to spend 3 minutes only. We will thereafter have another minute later for them. Mr. Richard Yeo, who has 35 years of research and management experience in the road sector. He is the Chief Operating Officer of the National Transport Research Organization, NTRO, with oversight of national innovation programs covering transport, future, safer, smarter infrastructure, sustainability, and materials. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Certainly my pleasure to be here today. It's been a very, very interesting conference and a lot of very interesting new technologies on show. And I think from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of solutions available and there's a lot of goodwill. And what we really need is that leadership to implement these solutions. And that's, I suppose, this panel is about how do we implement these solutions. Partly it's about collecting all the data that we talk about and analysing the data and then making it fit for purpose solutions. And I think we just saw some really good opportunities and demonstrations of what can be done and how we are each responsible for how we interact with the network, but providing the facilities, so those case studies enables us to then have a much safer transport system. So I think for me that's what it's all about. It's providing those facilities, the solutions are available, the leadership to enable us to do that at scale. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Director General, IRF Geneva.
Thank you, Mr. Capilla. I'm going to be brief as well due of the time, but I think it's important to say that if you want to turn policies into practice, at least from the IRF point of view, we should aim to keep building the national capacity, and we have been doing or started doing that actually last year with the program we have on road safety auditors training. It's a program that is funded by the Total Energies Foundation in France and is supporting us to elevate somehow the capacity in terms of road safety auditing, and we have been doing that for free for whoever is selected to take part of that program, and we're going to have a new edition actually in July this year here in India. I think so. That's the first point. Keep building the national capacity. And just briefly on the second point, perhaps something that we could be doing is to start implementing what we call technical playbooks in different subjects that could be either from safe rural roads toolkits to safer schools. It's something that the chapter has been doing for a number of years, has a lot of experience on that, and also on Vision Zero, right? We need to make sure that everyone understands what is the issue and how to put the policies, but at the same time the practice, which is implementation of those policies. And this is somehow still connected to the capacity. We need to make sure that the people know how to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll now invite Mr. Tavde, who is the ex-member NHAI and Vice President IRF India Chapter. Mr. Javde is a former ADG of the Ministry of Transport and has been in the sector for several years.
Thank you, sir. I will talk on the modern construction technologies. Recently, in India, in Andhra Pradesh, one of the NHI project, my friend who is a contractor from Pune, has achieved the Guinness World Records by completing 28.95 lane kilometer in 24 hours. The quantum of quantity concrete was produced 10,675 metric tons in 24 hours. That is a Guinness World Record. Another records have been created on the same time continuously. 156 lane kilometer bituminous concreting has been laid. That is amounting to 57,500 metric ton. So that is, they adopted entire modern construction techniques. And during the process, not a single second, not minute, second break was allowed. The authorities, Guinness World Record authorities, were there round the clock. So what they have adopted, about 17 tipper carrying the hot material for modern bituminous plant, modern, up 300 metric ton capacities. Only one paver is allowed in that case. You cannot do with the records only sense of paver. They have to ensure that during that 5 days period, not a single minute break in the paver. If at all mechanical faults were there, they were repaired during the operation process. Thus, with adopting modern construction technologies, these two major world records have been created by one of the contractor who is I'm also associated with him, Rajpath Infra from Pune, and project was around Satya Sai Baba's place. It's a holy place. Minister was to go to give the certificate, but he could not go. It was, so sustainable infrastructure through system. So this we have, and they have adopted all the modern practices. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tawde. The next is Professor Ashalatha, who is presently serving as Director NETPAC, and prior to joining NETPAC, he served as Joint Director Industry Institute Interaction Cell. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, esteemed panel members, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. As said earlier, what I understand is that there is no dearth of expertise, policies or programs in our country. It is a coordinated effort, coordinated and sincere effort that is required to realize a vision of zero death due to road accidents. And actually road safety should become a part of our culture. You may be a good driver, a good road user, but the other person may not. And again, how we can use this emerging technology and its application for improving the road safety, that should also be thought of. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Deepak Dash, who is a journalist writing in road safety since 2010. He is currently working with Times of India. He has been a WHO Fellow and alumni of Johns Hopkins Global Road Safety Fellow. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your kind introduction. I think all of the people here understand what is road safety and what is the need for it. And the only problem is we don't act. The it's time to act. I think the need to act was, I think properly spoken or deliberated way back in 2010 when first decade of road safety for action for road safety was announced by WHO. We made little progress. After that, again, there has been a little bit of sleep. I have just one point, sir. People who are here, they know that there are technologies, there are solutions, there are laws. We have enough laws in our country. The problem is with the implementation. That implementation can come only when 3-4 things happen. We have some people here who are former bureaucrats, former technocrats. I am a journalist. Some people are sitting in front of me. The problem with these 2-3 types of people, one is a bureaucrat, politician and a journalist. We always think that we know everything under the sky and sun. If you tell me anything, I said, मुझे तो already पता है, आप क्या बता रहे हैं? I think the problem with the other side whom you tell, until they are ready to understand and accept, then only things can move. So I often give this example when COVID was happening. So a child asked a doctor, by when COVID will be over? He said, I am not a journalist who knows everything under the sky and sun. The minute I start believing that I know everything, then the problem is big. Then the other thing that has happened, unfortunately, I should not take any political point of view. We have seen many a times our political leaders saying again and again that it has been a failure. In all other sectors we have done well. Why we have not done well? I think then there is a need to relook at how we look at road safety. See, you are saying the same thing, I am saying the same thing, that is not working. So that means either we don't know or we don't know how to do it. If that has not happened, let's start doing something else. I think that we are not doing. Every day, every engineer, scientist, you will come out with solutions. You say that has worked everywhere. But the same thing is not working here. Then why not find a new solution that will work here rather than doing the same thing that is not implementing any result? It's like 1 + 1, next day morning it is again becoming 1. That means either you don't know mathematics or entire calculation is wrong. I think the time has come that as a policy makers, as engineers, as a media person, which is also my responsibility, we need to do something different to nudge people to follow road safety. Simply by telling a minister or a secretary or a journalist or Mr. Kapila that helmet pehniye to aapka jaan bach jayega, wear a seat belt, you will save lives. See, that has not worked. So the time has come, one part is everyone is talking about systemic approach. Safe system approach is very right. But please try to understand, it's a country, different country altogether, sir. Yesterday I was coming on this Dhola Kuan at about 10:30. I thought it's like a madness, the way people are driving. Which way, who is going? Suddenly a truck is coming from, all the 3 lanes are, completely covered by trucks. You cannot move ahead. So what I'm saying, please try to find solutions, understanding our problems. I think until we do that, what will happen, we'll start following, aping something from Europe, something from US, Sweden, and that will not work. I think it's high time, as engineers, as policymakers, as media persons, we all need to understand our problems, find solutions according to our understanding. Don't expect, I'm a pedestrian, sir. When I cross a zebra crossing, every carwala looks at me as if I'm a zebra. I'm an animal. They will speed, they will look at me, "Arey, aise kaise ja raha hai?" So what I'm saying, until those attitudes change, don't expect that simply few things will bring a lot of difference. I think Sanjay sir is here. They have done a lot of great work by bringing this, ensuring that government comes out with electronic enforcement of traffic rules and regulations. I think once that becomes robust, we will see a lot of change in behavior of people. That's my only answer.
Thank you, Deepak. It was wonderful to hear you. Now I'll request Professor Veera Raghavan to give his comments. Veera Raghavan Sahab is a retired professor in civil engineering from IIT Madras. He has over 44 years of experience in teaching and research. Over to you, sir.
Can I show the slides, please? Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the session is on towards practice, policy to practice. So I'll share with you the next slide. So what are the action plans that the forum can consider forward? I think first what I need is a policy framework supporting the Vision Zero is what is needed. We need national commitments. Only then we can move forward. There should be a legislative measure to enhance the safety, reduce the carbon footprint, and also institutional coordination is what is needed. More importantly, there should be an annual target linking policy initiative and evaluation. For example, by 2070, we want to have net zero, then at least 3% are we able to reduce every year. Let us see if by 2027, are we able to reduce the fatalities by 3%? If not, let us have a relook. Second, we need a sustainable infrastructure as an enabler. Safe road design. I do not know whether we do a road safety audit at all stages for all categories of roads. We concentrate only on national highways. I think this is required at all stages, and more importantly, what we try to do in many of the road projects is that to make the project viable, we try to cut corners. Sometimes the road has to be widened, curve has to be widened. We say that land acquisition issues are there, so we compromise on the quality of the road design. More importantly, we talk about low carbon materials, smart systems, but again, how effective are there? There is a need for evaluation of the effectiveness, and also we should have to adopt issues, these issues are to be adopted. Third, translate policy to practice. Safety impact, we have identified many number of black spots, we are doing safety measures, but how effective are there? Are there documents today? I don't have any document as on date. Quality of construction plays an important role. We construct 100 kilometers in a day, 200 kilometers in a day, but at what cost, what quality? And more importantly, we talk about maintenance. Several materials have been talked about. Are we maintaining the road, right pavement with the right treatment at the right time? Many times no. Cost comes into picture. Budget is a constraint. I think there is a need to change the process. We adopt these new materials and technologies, and also in the evaluation of bids. This again, I posted in one of the WhatsApp group today, that it's time that we look at the tendering process. I think with this L1, we will not be able to adopt any of the sustainable materials, resilient designs, or best practices in the Indian system because we go by the lowest one. I think it's time that we have to change the tendering process as well as the evaluation process. Fourth, financing and incentives. There should be a dedicated safety fund, and again, there should be a performance-based contracts for a long time. This again, we have not successful in the PMGSA projects because state subject maintenance is a state subject. States do not have funds. How do we go about? For sustainable infrastructure, we need an all-round, all-weather connectivity to the villages. We are miserably failing in that. Next slide. Second, next, we need monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. There should be data-driven key performance indicators, transparent reporting, integrated databases enabling continuous improvement. Again, I think when the PMGSA program was started, Professor Sikdar was coordinating. He networked all the academic institutions with the PMGSA program. I think it's time that we should also generate the next generation of engineers who can take care of the safety issues, sustainability issues, resilient issues. I think we need to share the data. Sharing of research reports also important. Stakeholder engagement is more important, community participation, awareness program, academic collaboration to strengthen the implementation, and more importantly, the evaluation of the effectiveness of this program. Implementing pathway is another point. It should be aligned with the National Road Safety Policy. I think there are a number of standards, guidelines, but I think we need to harmonize, normalize the guidelines. There's a mismatch in some of the specifications. We have to sort it out. Compliance in practice has to be evaluated. And lastly, the challenges and mitigation issues are, there's a fragmented governance, limited funding, inconsistent standards and specifications, weak monitoring system. I think the need of the hour is to have an unified governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veeraraghavan, for that lucid presentation. Now I'll request Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava to give his comments.
Thank you, sir. I won't be taking too much time, but my suggestions are very simple and pointed. In last two and a half decades, we made road at a very, very best pace, very fast speed road we made. We, similarly, the number of vehicles post-liberalization of economy has grown up multiple times at a very, very fast pace. But where we outpaced, where we lagged, is improving the driving behavior accordingly. That is an age-old system of licensing, enforcement. Those two places which are very important aspect for the mobility, especially on road, which is a shared place, this we missed. And this gap is now visible in terms of the number of accidents and road fatalities. Now, how we are going to cope it up, how we are going to improve the road safety, mere talking or awareness campaign, as many of people have said, doesn't yield much result. They got limitations. The impact has been even evaluated, is not more than 6% of the awareness. So Amitabh Bachchan saying somebody to wear helmet, believe me, only 6 out of 100 people listening is going to do, not more than that. So with this way, the things will continue. What can make impact right now is the technology. The technology can fill the gap. It can alert, it can take control of the vehicles, it can improve the scenario in a very quick time. And parallelly, you create the gap through awareness and other things, which may take a generation to improve. And but till the time, the technology is a quick fix, which is an enabler, which can V2V, connected vehicle to infrastructure, automated enforcement system, ADAS. These things are going to solve the problem quickly. So let's, the policies should be more focused towards that. Ministry should focus toward that. The committees, the Apex Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, the highest body, and my request will be that all efforts should be aligned to maximize the use of technology for the enforcement, for the driver, track the driver, monitor the driver, link with the incentives, and then that's the solution with the help of technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akhilesh. That was very lucid again. Now I'll request Professor Sikdar to give his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Kapila. I have 2 comments only on road safety issues, because obviously sustainability is equally important, but right now the concern is road safety, which has taken aback, everyone, on this major problem of the country. It's like a disaster, like any other disaster. Well, the accountability and learning from what we are doing wrong, that's not there at the moment. That's what Venkat Subbarao Chanduru has mentioned in the plenary session, that that's one major weakness in our system, that there is no accountability and no follow-up on what's going wrong. We are not evaluating, this not data-led analysis by which we are trying to find out what is the thing that we are doing wrong, which is not giving us the result. And that's what Mr. Das also mentioned, that we are not doing that. Enforcement to make every road user accountable by catching all of their behavioral fault and violations. To make everyone a responsible citizen is the purpose of this strict enforcement. We have a lot of irresponsible behavior seen on the road. That's very true. Today, 45% of all fatalities, 173,000 fatalities, are to the two-wheeler riders. 45%. It's a huge number. It's a serious problem. We have to make two-wheeler riders to remain in the lane behind a car or a bus, not to go on the left or right or in between to overtake them. That must be totally stopped, and that's possible only by technology. Let us commit for self-responsibility. We will change the road safety scenario in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sikdar. They were excellent points that you raised. I'll now request Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, who is very well known. He has been Joint Secretary looking after road safety aspects also in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. He has been Secretary to the Government of India, and currently he is the member of the Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, the apex body for the country. We have the honor of having him with us, and I'll request him to give his views.
I think this includes the valedictory also, no? So I can't speak twice on the same subject. There are already very few listeners. They will leave.
We will hear him in the valedictory. I would like to point out on a few things which have been raised. An issue was raised about L1. I want to inform this House that L1 is not necessary anymore. The General Financial Rules of Government of India permit the usage of 30% on quality and cost.
Evaluation metrics, no? See, it's wrong to say that you cannot improve on the quality. There is an evaluation matrix.
He has said that point, I'm only clarifying that.
No, so I'm saying, I'm trying to answer that there is already I'm speaking to the professor only, like you, I'm supporting you, that there is evaluation matrix. You give more marks to the quality, and then finally outcome comes, then better quality can come.
Then only better quality will come. Actually, we need to enforce it. We have the General Financial Rules permitting it, but unfortunately it is not being enforced in the country. That is why we have poor infrastructure coming up. We have problems of arbitrations. We have problems of all sorts of cutting in the cost while doing the implementation of the work. So I would request Mr. Deepak Das to raise this point in the Times of India. I have already written to the Honorable Prime Minister, who has also responded. And my request has been that please advise all secretaries to the Government of India that in all the works under their command, they should implement this General Financial Rule provision so that we can get proper quality of work. This needs to be also highlighted in the papers, which will bring in better effect. You have a role to play, which is the most crucial one, because you are heard much more than anybody else anyway, because you are into direct touch with the masses. So please support this effort. Then we have prepared a road safety master plan for the Government of India, which the Honorable Minister asked me to share with a couple of people, which has also been done. But the problem lies that there are three parts in that plan which we cannot decide on, which have to be decided by the concerned ministries. You see, the plan has been prepared in a way that there are some roles which have to be played by the Ministry of Transport. There is some role to be played by the Ministry of Heavy Industry. There is some role to be played by the Ministry of Education. There is a role for the Information and Broadcasting Ministry. There is a role for Home Ministry. There is a role for Law Ministry. There is a role for Health Ministry. Now, all these factors we have listed out, given to them, but who will do, who is responsible, how much money is to be allocated, what are their priorities, this they have to decide. We can't decide on their behalf. So if you can highlight that it is time to finalize the Road Safety Action Plan, which is ready with the government, to convene meetings, to finalize it as soon as possible and implement it in the country, it will be a great help. See, you can do a task, but you can't implement it. It has to be implemented by those who are responsible for implementation. So those are a few concerns which I thought I'll share with you. A lot of work has been done, a lot of good work has been done. We only need to see that it is implemented and implemented properly. With that, I would like to conclude this session so that we can have the validatory session, which was to be started at 4 o'clock, but I think we will now. So we will continue with the validatory session, and I will request Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay to address us all.
So we are starting the valedictory. Our dignitaries on the dais will remain sitting here and will continue with valedictory. Okay. So first, Mr. Kapila will give a bouquet to Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, the Member Secretary of Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety. And now MC will take over.
Right. I will now request Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, President, IRFIC, to please address the audience.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Respected guests on the dais, dear colleagues, though I understand it's 2 long days, starting both day from 9 o'clock literally, and it's a fag end. So people are looking at their watch, somebody is looking at the flights and all, so very thin attendance. My apologies to the guest of honor for this less attendance, sir. But that's the human, that's what we are talking since 2 days, that human behavior. And this is the human behavior, example of that. So anyway, my apologies for the less attendance over here at the fag end. With this, let me explain what we had done in last 2 days. It was very impactful, very knowledgeable,
and we had total 10 sessions. 8 were intense technical session. Each session was having 6 presenters, the speakers who has done extraordinary work in their respective field which were they're talking, with proof, with the research work, with the data they spoke over here. And we had, since it was 8 sessions, so we divided the entire thing into 2 parallel sessions running together. And thereafter we had 2 panel focused panel discussions, plenary sessions. One was yesterday where we started the what should be the agenda. We framed what should be the major discussion points. And today we had another plenary session which was presided by Sri Durga Prasad Mishra sir, the ex-secretary Mahua and the ex-chief secretary Uttar Pradesh government. He presided just before this session, the plenary session, where we understood his vision, as well as we heard about 2 very good presentations. One was the best use case of technology to solve the problems, and second was the Rahagiri Foundation, where active mobility, rather than solving all these from looking at a different perspective altogether to a mobility, and see again explained through various examples, the use cases and all. So overall we had a very intense 2-day session, and I'm very, very thankful to all the speakers, participants. We had a good global presence. You can see the maximum people available are our global friends. Mr. Hamdi Aydin from Turkey. We have Mr. Lee from Singapore. Mr. Gonzalo, IRF Geneva, Director General, he is here. We have friends from Russia, Mr. Mamulad, and we had Mr. Yu from Australia. So we had a good international representation, nice papers, and I'm sure, sir, we'll be compiling all these things. We'll be sharing with you and with the Ministry of Road Transport as well, the outcomes, and we hope that something tangible will come out of this. Once again, my sincere thanks to everyone, and thank you very much to the guest of honor for sparing his valuable time to coming over here. Thank you very much.
Right. Now, through the 2 days, we have had insightful sessions, and I would now request the rapporteurs of each of these sessions to please come forward to present their summaries. So we'll begin with the rapporteur for the first special executive session. I request Dr. Sampath Kumar to please come up on stage. I request you to please give us a brief in 3 minutes on the highlights of the session.
Who is giving Sampath's? Sampath is not here. Okay, next. Plenary session. Dr. Deepa. Okay. 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 Sorry? Quickly, only 3 minutes.
Sure, sir. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Dr. S. Deepa, I will be presenting the summary of the plenary session held on day 1, which was chaired by Mr. Gonzalo Alcars. Myself, Dr. Vaibhav Mittal, scientist at CSIS CRRI, is giving the summary of this. In his address, Mr. Alcars emphasized on the need for road safety by highlighting the high fatality rate and its impact on the country's economy. He discussed some of the initiatives in Europe where informed infrastructure decision was making to enhance the safety. Case study of China was highlighted, wherein substantial reduction in emissions could be achieved through sustainable infrastructure improvement strategies. The first speaker of the session, Dr. T.G. Sitaraman, discussed on a topic, sustainable infra tech for transformative change in India. He started with the phrase that a country's infrastructure is not judged by kilometers of road, but by the life saved and carbon avoidance. Since the country aims to be one of the top 3 economy with trust on Vision Zero, zero fatality system design and infrastructure, crash preventing geometries, use of low carbon materials, community-centric development needs to be taken forward. Safety, durability, and decarbonization should be engineered from the beginning stage. Some of the measures towards this goal can be AI-enabled monitoring, use of digital twins, etc. The construction of Chenab Bridge, Cochin Metro is another excellent infrastructure for shifting the traffic from roads to waterways. The integrated programs for connecting inland transport with waterways is one of the way forward for resilient infrastructure. The final takeaways from his session was design for forgiveness, AI-based evaluation and monitoring, asset management systems, and human capital utilization for sustainability and safety. The second speaker, Mr. Venkatraman Hegde, focused on life cycle impact analysis. He reinforced the need for integrating the 4 pillars of infrastructure, namely physically digital, social, and sustainability for Vision Zero. Since about 40 to 50% of the total emissions are from the built environment, the only way to address this is through life cycle assessment. He discussed the need for using an integrated life cycle economic cost, incorporating the monetized carbon cost along with the life cycle cost. The concepts of monitored carbon footprint and the rationale for carbon pricing were discussed. Finally, the roadmap ahead as per the speaker's session. The National Infrastructure Resilience Strategy should be done, revisiting the existing codes by including climate adaptiveness and adoption of AI-based techniques for maintenance and monitoring. Thank you.
Who is doing for session 1 and 2? Please come. 2. Who is doing for 2? 1 and 2. Huh? Who is doing 1? 1 is not here. Please do 2.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. So technical session 2 was dealing with the scaling ITS for safer and smarter mobility. Chairman was Mr. Mudit Agrawal from IHMCL. So the session started, Mr. Mudit Agrawal has set the tone for the session on advancing ITS for safer, smarter mobility. He emphasized MLFF, citizen-oriented initiatives, and the application of ATMS along with the technologies such as computer vision, ANPR, and the OCR to support safe driving and reduce travel externalities such as travel time and travel costs taken in India. Next, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava discussed in detail the ITS application for road safety. He emphasized that India has 10 times lower car ownership, but still we are suffering from congestion with an average speed of 8 to 10 km per hour. Also, we can't restrict the purchase of new vehicle due to GDP standard. Hence, ITS technology can help promote safer roads, lower congestion, and reduce pollution. He talked about the safe driving score, which can be monitored with the ITS technology, providing real-time information that can be further linked to the insurance policy. He focused on the potential of ADAS to reduce crashes by 60% and V2X to reduce them by 40%. He concluded that the ITS India Forum will launch the ITS Academy to promote and transfer knowledge from ITS technology. Next, Mr. Hamdi Aydin has given an overview of the development of ITS from 1960 to till now. He discussed how the technology has evolved from magnetic loop detector to ANPR and smart autonomous vehicle. Then he discussed about the Turkey road crashes. Turkey has seen a decrease in fatalities till 2023 as compared to 2003. However, in 2024, fatalities rose to 1.09 per 100 million vehicle. The reason is cited as the increase in the speed limit. Hence, to lower the crashes, they use the ITS for speed management and speed control. He also emphasized the initiative taken in the 12th development plan that focus on the national ITS architecture. Next, Mr. Nikita has focused on the fast solution for urban mobility development in Bishek. He discussed the ITS application for a junction. He stressed that the multi-level junction improvement can solve the problem of a single junction not the corridor. Hence, they implemented step-by-step improvement with the help of additional left turn lanes and optimization. They found that the capacity increased by 35%. Mr. Lee Chi Chiu from Singapore has emphasized the 3 E's and 1 L approach, that is, education, engagement, enforcement, and law for road safety. He gave the Singaporean way of a people-centered road transport system. He highlighted the silver zone with a 40 km/h speed limit, the ERP system, and the driver improvement point system, that is DIP system of Singapore. He called attention to law for all on a road safety, the Road Traffic Act of 1961. Next, the Mr. Mithun has gave ATMS experience in India. He has given an overview with the statistics showing that India has 660 plus video incident detection system and 600 plus PTZ cameras. He emphasized the risk-driven methodology comprising behavioral insight, evidence analysis, incident management, and operation maintenance. Lastly, Mr. Mamulat from Russia discussed the BRICS Plus time system to address the challenges of providing vehicle with high precision space-time data. He discussed Roscosmos' role in the HAP system. He discussed the market size for the automation clock segment as 27% for positioning, navigation, and accuracy. Overall, the session highlighted that scaling people-centric, data-driven ITS solution supported by strong policy, capacity building, and advanced technology is essential for achieving safer, smarter, and more sustainable mobility system. Thank you.
Who is for session 3 and 4? Three? Yeah, 4. आइए आप भी खड़ा हो जाइए 3 minutes.
Yes. Hello. So I am here to summarize the session 3, which was chaired by Mr. Tony Matthew. So we had 5 speakers. First, Ms. A. Ramya Devi emphasized the need to move away from reactive, regret-based interventions toward empathy-driven road design, arguing that safety must be integrated at the planning and design stages. The persistent vulnerability of pedestrians and cyclists in India might have attributed due to weak accountability and the lack of empathy-based design. A public-private partnership framework was proposed so that the empathy-driven road designing can be formally incorporated within highway contracts. In the next presentation, Dr. Sadbir Puar discussed the inherent limitations of conventional reactive safety assessments, particularly in the context of significant underreporting in police-reported crash data. Through microsimulation modeling using VSIM and SSAM on an inter-urban corridor, surrogate safety measures were evaluated and threshold values were also identified. The study reinforced the importance of proactive safety assessment, integrating engineering, traffic, and human factor considerations. In the next presentation, Dr. S. Padma presented an approach combining crash data analytics with economic evaluation to support prioritization of safety interventions. Spatial analysis, heat map generation, and cluster-based black spot identification were carried out using IMAP software, followed by prioritization based on the accident severity index. Economic indicators such as benefit cost ratio and internal rate of return were used to strengthen evidence-based policy decision making. Next, Ms. Monali Bose, she first explained the key differences in characteristics between an urban road and a heritage road, which are basically very old and unplanned. The speaker examined the applicability and transferability of safety performance functions between urban and heritage road networks. Artificial neural network models demonstrated that SPFs developed for urban roads cannot be directly applied to heritage roads due to differences in crash causation mechanisms. The findings indicated that the crashes on heritage roads are predominantly behavior-driven rather than exposure-driven, underscoring the need for context-specific SPFs. In the last presentation, Mr. Sharad Sharma addressed the operational challenges associated with implementing IRC recommended work zone safety practices, particularly for short duration works on Indian highways. An innovative shadow-cum material vehicle was proposed as an alternative to conventional truck-mounted attenuators supported by the use of LED arrow sign boards to improve driver expectancy. The proposed system was also found to be instrumental in reducing rear-end collisions. The need for a national level testing and certification facilities was emphasized to enable standardization and wider adoption of such systems. Thank you.
Session 4 will be by Dr. Vamsi Krishna. Who is 5?
So, good evening everyone. So, I will be presenting the session summary, technical session 4 summary. So, where next generation payment materials and design for durability and performance. Session chairman was Mr. Birur Konja, Director New Technology from Morth. And in these 6 presentations were delivered in this session, covering emerging solutions such as induction and self-healing, in which the organopolymers, mineral modified thermoplastic payments, and then self-healing microcapsules encapsulated using rejuvenators was discussed. And then for the self-healing of the cracking of the asphalt payment mixes was discussed. And then followed by the polymer modified binders was discussed, where the role of the SBS polymer modified network evaluation and performance was discussed, and then importance of the high stress in differentiating the highly polymer modified binders was explained. And then followed by the optimization of the stone matrix asphalt, where the field experiences was explained and shared, and the standard operating procedure for the handling the plant and the machinery and for the quality control, and the role of the lime content variation and mix consistency, moisture resistance and peel performance was discussed. And then followed by the cement-free geopolymer grouted system, where Professor Anuj has discussed about the pigmented geopolymer mortared in open graded friction course, and by eliminating the cement to reduce the carbon footprint while improving the surface durability and skid resistance. And lastly, the use of the structured use of the reclaimed asphalt pavement, where the standard operating procedures for the operation of the screening, wrap processing, mix design consistencies, and do's and don't do's in handling the wrap were discussed. And total, this session highlighted the emerging payment materials, advanced binder and mix technologies, and design approaches to improve the durability, sustainability, and efficiency, aligning with the Vision Zero India through the material level innovation that enhances the resilience and reduced maintenance. Thank you.
So do the 6, 7, 8. Who is doing? Okay.
Good evening everyone. Myself Dr. Tarka Balla. This is regarding technical section 6, Future of Infrastructure Engineering, Smart and Sustainable Materials. Our chairman is Professor Vasant Masagar from IIT Delhi. This session focused on emerging smart and sustainable materials and technologies for infrastructure engineering, covering innovative binders for coastal soils and advanced bridge rehabilitation techniques using CFRP laminates, smart road materials, unpermeable pavements, structural health monitoring systems, and expansion joint-free deck brick solutions. The first presentation focused on biotechnological and complex mineral binders for strengthening and reclamation of the coastal and self-soil soil was discussed by Mr. Stanisław. Infrastructure in the Arctic and other vulnerable regions of Russia is severely affected by the permafrost and subsidence and soil erosion. The use of geopolymers, slag cement, and polyphase binders were shown significant improvement in subsurface stability for transport infrastructure, while being nearly 3 times economical than the conventional OPC-based systems. In the second presentation, Mr. Suryanarayana presented a case study on the rehabilitation of distressed PSC girders of Tungabhadra River Bridge using the CFRP laminates and CFRP fabrics. Inspection revealed that spalling and severe corrosion of the reinforcement, and there are broken pre-stressing cables are witnessed. The CFRP-based strengthening solution was adapted as a rapid and sustainable solution to restore the structural integrity and extend the service life of the bridge. In the next presentation, Mr. Mamulet examined the conductive thermoplastic polymer composites for road infrastructure. The incorporation of the graphene and carbon nanotubes and waste metal micropracticals into the bitumen improved the electrical conductivity and reduced the heating requirement for the self-repair. The combined use of the conductive composites and microwave technology was found to be very effective for enhancing the road durability and maintenance efficiency. In the next presentation, Dr. Chandrappa discussed the construction and infiltration characteristics of the pervious concrete pavements. Unlike conventional pavements that restrict the rainwater infiltration and contribute to the urban flooding, pervious concrete allows water to percolate through the subsurface. trial payment sections constructed at the IIT Bhubaneswar demonstrated that effective infiltration performance when this supported by the proper maintenance and periodic cleaning. In the next presentation, Mr. Muthuswamy presented an integrated acoustic emission, AE and piezoelectric sensors framework for progressive damage monitoring in the concrete under monotonic loading. The experimental studies conducted on the 150 mm cubes, concrete cubes showed that the AE techniques effectively detect the crack propagation, and while piezoelectric sensors can capture the deformation behavior, enabling the comprehensive structural health monitoring when we both use together. In the next presentation, Dr. Sindhu highlighted the indigenous expansion joint-free deck systems using bendable cement concrete composites using the discrete fibers. Conventional expansion joints typically have a shorter service life than bridges and contribute to the deterioration due to the impact loads. The system-level experimental studies conducted at SARC Chennai demonstrated that the bendable concrete provides a durable and effective alternative solution. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Myself is Dr. Dharitri. I'm from CSIR CRRI. So I'm going to give the session summary of technical session 7, which is chaired by Professor Manrajan Parida. In this session, actually, the importance of community and institutional collaboration, including school, policy, and local authorities are discussed. And in the session, it is shown how to scale up the school zone safety through integrated interventions. And in this session, it was discussed low-cost engineering and signage measure can lead to significant improvement in driver behavior. And it is also discussed reinforced the feasibility of scalable and affordable interventions for resource-constrained settings. And it is also discussed quality of the pedestrian infrastructure play a critical or crucial role in mitigating crash severity, not just a crash frequency. So it is also discussed safe crossing, sidewalk, and traffic calming were shown to be key protective element for vulnerable road user based on IRC 131/2022. So in this session, it is also discussed the integration of education and engineering creates stronger and more sustainable safety outcomes. Evidence shows that behavior change is most effective when supported by safe road design. So in this session, it is also emphasized prioritization of high-risk locations and evidence-based interventions are required. And lastly, it showcased a standardized and globally aligned program for school zone safety, highlighted the role of capacity building and best practices guidance in school zone safety implementation program. So thank you. So this is the summary of the technical session 7. Thank you very much.
Technical session 8, which was the dealing, yes, sir, which was chaired by Dr. Ravishankar sir. So the session focused on building a safer and more sustainable mobility ecosystem through people-centric, data-driven and governance-led approaches. Key theme included driver fitness, two-wheeler safety, pedestrian infrastructure, micro-mobility and EV sustainability. Speakers highlighted fatigue and physical deconditioning as hidden road safety risks for long-haul drivers and emphasized fitness indicators, rest, nutrition and education. Analysis of data from Indian cities shows strong links between two-wheeler crashes, traffic exposure and population density, underscoring the importance of enforcement, speed regulation, helmet use and safer junction design. Micromobility was presented as a critical connector between public and private transport, supported by the affordability-focused policies and mass frameworks. The session also addressed EV infrastructure challenges, particularly battery waste management, advocating recycling, digital tracking, and incentive-based model to reduce emissions and support a circular economy. Overall, the session emphasized integrated design, strong governance, and human-centered planning as key to safer and more sustainable mobility system. Thank you.
I will request Professor M. Parida. All right. I request Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, member of the Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, to please deliver the valedictory address. Please give him a round of applause.
Dignitaries on the dais, members of the audience, participants. Today is the second day and the last session. I think the patience and the energy have already faded, so I will not take time. I also got a chance to hear what was spoken and what was presented in the 2 days session. Naturally, quite interesting, and they have given a lot of good work done and what is coming in the future. And I have seen this sector for many years because we move around different sectors. So for at least 7.5 years earlier, I had seen this sector, and I am back into road safety. So organizations like IRF and other organizations do good work. They bring under one umbrella so many people, bright minds, and they share with the Indian stakeholders the best practices all over the world. As we know that, seeing our figures, and we are never to be satisfied in this country in the growth story narrative. All this good work has to be further improved. And since I am from the Committee on the Road Safety, as you know that many speakers have already spoken on this. So different views came, different suggestions came, and we have to do a lot in road safety. And as you know, presently the ministry has come up with the 0 fatality districts, 100 highest fatality districts, that is the indexed fatalities. And the work actually takes place, as you know, on the field. And the district road committee, safety committee, the state road safety council, and finally the national level will monitor it. Action plan has been made for all these 100 districts because nearly 1/3 of the fatalities takes place in these 100 districts. And if we can achieve this in 2 years, at least, so the roadmap will be for 3 to 5 years, but in 2 years, if we can reduce the fatalities, I think it will be a big achievement for the country. And if you see you got a chance to see the action plans, they include all 4 E's. While one of the speaker has already told that the awareness, that is education, brings only 6% change, but I have to see that figure because we have been also getting research materials, and we feel that on the basis of the theory of marginal returns, education with the minimum expenditure gives maximum output. Because education is education of each and every individual, whether he is driving the vehicle, whether he is the consumer of the roads, that is, he's moving on the roads, and if he is made aware, as many people have spoken, then the fatal accidents and fatalities will reduce. So I don't dispute his argument or claim, but we have to go deep into it, and it's my belief that first, good awareness, education is required in the road safety, which also includes awareness on enforcement, awareness on engineering, and the emergency care. Then the next cheapest is the enforcement. And since we are such a large country with so many people, day and night movement, the Supreme Court, rightly so, has found that electronic enforce will be cheapest. So we came out with a SOP, standard operating process on the electronic enforcement in our country. It starts with first integrating the accident framework, the electronic accident framework, use it for enforcement, detection, using cameras, radars, and so on. And then comes to prosecution, right up to e-courts and e-challan system. So from the committee, we are working on that. And we also feel that electronic enforcement can give us substantial result in a cheaper way, without much investment, and we'll see some reduction in fatalities. So more work on AI, more work on the hardware is required in this. And many people are doing good work in this. And we are trying to bring it to the final stage of the claim settlement and link it to the insurance. Because if the claim settlement is there, the insurance company take a part of the responsibility, and then it is topped up by the person who is a reckless driver or who is the cause of the accident. Even if the pedestrian is the reason of accident, then he suffers because he has to go through all the treatment, has to spend money. And if it is the driver of the vehicle, then vehicle owner, driver takes the responsibility. There is a financial hit, he understands the issue, and next time he will be doubly careful about the next incident. So that has to be also taken care of. A lot of work has to be done. The e-courts, the motor claim tribunal, all the evidence, etc., which is possible should be electronic. A lot of work is being done on that. Then coming to the engineering, you must have shared about both the civil engineering and the vehicle parts. I think the vehicle manufacturing was not included here, but many of the components, add-ons into the vehicles must have been spoken. And of course about the civil engineering part, the road engineering part was discussed. Then we are also working on the emergency care with the health ministry and the Ministry of People with Disabilities. The trauma care, we are trying to integrate both the private ambulances into the ambulance system, and all the hospitals around this black spots and stretches into a single system. So very soon a standard operating procedure will come on the pre-hospital preparation and the trauma care. That will integrate the system. Again, the hospital system is also being integrated into IRAD. The various treatment done, the cost of treatment. Then once the victim is discharged, then he has to be rehabilitated. Then comes the role of the Ministry of People with Disabilities, till the time he becomes fully fit to the extent he can and pursue his usual occupation. So these are things which from the committee we are trying to integrate different ministries and of course different states, and we will be also interested in watching this zero fatality district plan very closely, and all the nice suggestions which have come, and I heard the various repeaters speaking about it, that will take this sector forward, and I'm sure that there's some good work done, and I again congratulate IRF for doing such a good work year on year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address and also giving us a holistic view on how the different stakeholders can come together to improve road safety in our country. It's not only about those developing the roads, but also the health officials, those who help with disability. We need a holistic solution to this problem. Now, I would request Mr. K.K. Kapla, President Emeritus IRF, to please present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay. Thank you, sir, for coming here and sharing your thoughts with the audience. We are grateful to you for taking the time to come here. thank you to Mr. Bandopadhyay for coming here and for sharing his thoughts with the audience. I would now request Mr. Paritha, Professor Paritha, to please come up on stage and to give his recommendations. Professor Paritha is Professor IIT Roorkee, and having heard all the speakers in the day, the rapporteurs, I request him to please speak about the recommendations. I think Mr. Bandopadhyay has an important meeting and he has to head out for the meeting. Please give him a round of applause. We want to thank him for coming here and sharing his views with the audience. Now I'll request Professor Paritha to give us the recommendations.
So good evening, everyone. I think this is going to be very, very brief. So I just try to say that. So I have taken inputs from all the rapporteurs. So each rapporteur tried to figure out 3 to 4 major takeaways for each of the sessions. So I tried to go through them. There has been very engaging sessions. So the first session, that was a plenary session on the yesterday, which was chaired by Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, DG IRF. So there was a roadmap for National Infrastructure Resilience Strategy, revising the existing codes by including climate adaptiveness. That's a very important task ahead of the professionals. Adopting AI-based technique for maintenance and monitoring. Then we had the special executive session on development and management of infrastructure assets and risk-informed decision making. So the key takeaways were technology-driven road asset management using high-speed data-rich survey is critical for accurate condition assessment and optimized maintenance planning, with standardized data practices playing a key enabling role. Various complex infrastructure projects, we had an example of Mumbai-Pune Expressway missing link. It demonstrated that innovative design, careful environmental management, and strong institutional capacity can successfully address challenging terrain and execution constraints. Integrating climate resilience into road asset management system would enable proactive, risk-informed maintenance prioritization, improving long-term network performance under increasing climate variability. Then there is a need for collaborative effort between agencies, research issues, and technology providers that is essential for advancing data standardization, climate adoption, and sustainable infrastructure asset management. The conference has been really enriched by presence of IRF, the international entity, NTRO. There were professionals from Namibia, then from within India, from research, academics, then industry, and various policymakers. So a collaborative approach is essentially going to be very useful. The first technical session on digital transformation of highway infrastructure through asset management. So the key takeaways, digital transformation is central to modern highway asset management, enabling a shift from manual and reactive practices to data-driven, predictive, and performance-based maintenance system. Edge AI and real-time monitoring technologies offer scalable and cost-effective alternative to traditional inspection methods with the demonstrated field readiness, like that is a TRL7 for practical deployment. Performance and outcome-based maintenance frameworks supported by intelligent asset management system have shown measurable improvement in maintenance standards and network performance as evidenced by national and international case studies. Digital audit, rating and ranking systems enhance transparency, consistency and decision making, helping agencies prioritize investments and manage assets more. Second technical session on scaling ITS for safer, smarter mobility. Some of the key recommendations, there is a need to scale up ITS deployment using technologies such as MLFF, ANPR, OCR, and computer vision to enhance road safety and reducing traffic externalities, adopt data-driven road safety and incentive mechanisms, including safe driving scores linked with insurance and wider implementation of ADAS and V2X technologies, strengthen institutional capacity and national ITS frameworks through initiatives like a national ITS architecture and dedicated training platforms such as ITS Academy. Session 3, the session key takeaways: adopt proactive data-driven road safety assessment method using surrogate safety measures, AI-based models, and micro-simulation to support forgiving road design. Strengthen evidence-based road safety planning through economic evaluation, development of context-specific safety performance functions, and integration of empathy-driven design in contracts. Then standardize and scale safety interventions by supporting technology-enabled work zone safety measures and national testing and certification frameworks for very special category of vehicles. Fourth session was on next generation pavement materials and design for durability and performance. Key takeaways: the session emphasized the increasing role of next generation pavement materials and technologies in improving durability, resilience, and long-term performance of road infrastructure. The discussions also highlighted that successful implementation depends heavily on field-based learning and development of clear standard operating procedures to ensure consistency and quality in construction practice. In addition, the use of sustainable material solutions, especially the greater reuse of reclaimed materials, was recognized as a promising pathway towards environmentally responsible pavement construction, while underscoring the need for further validation to support wider adoption. Fifth session was decarbonizing roads, building resilient and climate smart infrastructure. So this session highlighted the need for planning for infrastructure resilience to address shock, sudden disaster with respect to durability, robustness, adaptability, and serviceability, focusing on the three main aspects of resilience like criticality, vulnerability, and adoption. Then we had two international presentations from NTRO and Namibia. So both the countries showcased their experience towards decarbonization. The steps adopted include the use of low carbon liquid fuels, low and zero carbon emission materials, low emission vehicles, hybrid and electric vehicles, etc. The use of life cycle assessment framework in the designing and evaluating resilient infrastructure was discussed by the World Bank representative and essentially promoting the strategies of decarbonization in highway infrastructure development. The last presentation was the recent innovation from CRI, which is known as GRIS, the biobitumen, which is the biobitumen produced out of agricultural waste. So the technology has been transferred to quite a number of industries, and there is a great potential for substitution of the bitumen in times to come. Sixth session was on future of infrastructure engineering, smart and sustainable materials. So it gave the recommendations are for use of alternative binders like geopolymers, slag-based systems in erosion-prone permafrost regions to enhance durability and lower life cycle costs, promote pervious concrete pavements, deploy hybrid structural health monitoring systems in critical infrastructure for early damage detection and proactive maintenance, adopt expansion joint-free bridge decks using bendable concrete in new construction and rehabilitation to extend service life and reduce maintenance needs. Seventh session was on making school zones safer, evidence-based approach. So there were two case studies of scaling up the ideas of these school zone safety approach, one from Kerala, the other was from Hyderabad. Then there was a three-phase evaluation approach provided strong evidence of sustained safety benefits over time with respect to few implementation studies. Then there was a presentation by IRF India chapter with respect to the school zone safety program and how to scale it up at the national level. And in fact, that's one, it was suggested that can be pursued by collaborative efforts of the different stakeholders are taking active part in GRIS 2026. Eighth technical session was on mobility design, safer and sustainable mobility ecosystem. So the system has recommended for strengthening human-centric safety frameworks, integrating fitness to drive indicators such as fatigue monitoring and hand grip length for professional drivers, along with mandated rest, nutrition, and in-cabin wellness programs. Then adopt data-driven safety interventions for two-wheelers by enforcing speed regulation, helmet compliance, and redesigning high-risk junctions using city-level exposure matrix, and improve pedestrian and micromobility integration through context-sensitive planning of skywalks and micromobility systems, then completing the EV ecosystem loop through circular economy models by promoting incentive-based battery recycling, techno-economic optimization, and digital tracking systems to ensure sustainable EV infrastructure and reduced environmental impacts. Then we had plenary session 2 with 2 presentations with very good presentation of demonstration projects. In fact, the conference discussed on many occasions about successful trials with respect to new ideas, and then we had the panel discussion, so where all our eminent panelists are present currently. So with that, I would like to conclude. So I have tried to summarize the entire proceedings of the session, and I'll submit this to IRF-IC organizing committee for documentation and further follow. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parida, for your recommendations. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Vaibhav Dange, founder of Build India Foundation. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time to join us. I would request Mr. K.K. Kapila, President Emeritus, IRF, to please welcome him with a bouquet and a shawl. Thank you so much for joining us here, Mr. Dange, and I request you to please give a special address to the audience and share your views on road safety with them. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Vaibhav Dange.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kapila, International Road Federation Emeritus, Akhilesh Srivastav, India Chapter President, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this today. In fact, I was there here in the first session yesterday and then took some time around to go to the various stalls that are exhibiting various technologies, various initiatives, sustainable material. First of all, let me congratulate Mr. Kapila and his team, because I have been watching him at least from last 12, 13 years, relentlessly working on improving the quality of our roads, our initiatives to work closely on road safety initiatives so that we reduce our accidents, reduce our fatalities. I will not repeat what the extent of impact of the road accident on our society and the economy. We all are aware, but I must congratulate him and his team, because working relentlessly for years is the most difficult task to do. Without taking a break, I have never seen him not focusing on road safety or improving the overall ecosystem of highway sector. So I think, and this effort which he regularly does is, I think, another feather in that direction, in that effort. So absolutely, 3 cheers for you, sir. I think the theme of the exhibition and conference on Vision Zero India, which is integrating safety, sustainability and technology, is very apt because, as I said, road safety, we all understand the gravity of the road safety issues. We are losing more than 160,000 lives. We have less than 1% of vehicles of the world's total vehicular population, but we contribute to almost 10% of human losses of the world's, road accidents. And I think that is something which is not, we should be very proud of. We all will have to work. I'm sure in last 2 days, rapporteur was suggesting different aspects of road safety has been discussed. So I don't need, we further need to elaborate on that, elaborate on those elements, whether it is engineering, whether it is enforcement, whether it is emergency care. So all those elements have been critically discussed. But I think what is more important is to, because most of the players here are contributing in planning, designing and implementation of our infrastructure. And therefore, I think it is our greater responsibility that we don't make any mistakes that could be, looked at engineering mistakes, where those contribute to road safety. So whether it is on the infrastructure, whether it is on the vehicles, and the best way to address those issues is integration of our information by using technology. I think there are so many technologies which I'm sure most of experts who have spoken in various sessions must have deliberated on, whether it is use of digital twin, whether it is use of spatial, whether it is use of AI-based technologies. I'm sure, we were, Akhilesh ji and me both were in one road safety conference last week at IIT Bombay. And there are so many such new innovations which a lot of people presented on using the, digital data and AI-based solutions to address to road safety issues. We are going into an era where vehicle-to-vehicle communication, vehicle-to-infrastructure communication is being thought of. So we must look at all those, elements, start incorporating both in our design and planning stage as well as our policy framework. And I'm sure with these recommendations which your conferences have proposed today, we will definitely put up those areas to the government, to the all the stakeholders, including consultant, infra companies during implementation. Because today, whether it is road safety, sustainability, both are not an option. We have reached a stage where sustainability and road safety are not option. We don't have any other option than to focus on those areas. So whether it is decarbonization, whether it is saving the human lives, because our decarbonization initiative is also ultimately about saving lives. And ultimately we are creating this infrastructure for the betterment of the society. And there cannot be a betterment of society if it is not good for their health, it is not good for their existence. So therefore I think sustainability and road safety are not an option anymore. And no better than technology can provide us those solutions. I have seen in exhibition there are a lot of new resilient material, recycled material, sustainable material which can further help us reduce our carbon footprint and make our infrastructure more resilient. We also need to look at the impact which these environmental issues is causing on our infrastructure, whether it is increase of the temperature, heat is becoming a major contributor to our infrastructure challenges, and therefore those elements also I'm sure our speakers must have deliberated on. I will not go on elaborating on those details, but I'm sure these kind of initiatives are very much required so that we constantly go on deliberating and what we can do better than what we have done last time, what we have done in last year. And therefore, if we are able to create that work culture and mindset amongst our stakeholders, whether it is consultant, policy maker, government initiatives, government agencies, infrastructure company, then only I think we will be able to achieve the net zero target, which vision, which vision we are trying to move forward. I think our society is not very SOP oriented. We tend to behave chalta hai attitude. We tend to believe कि सब मेरे साथ कुछ नहीं होगा. But I think that ecosystem, that mindset in the society we need to work on, we need to develop, whether it is from design stage to implementation stage. We need to bring in those elements of making sure that we don't do any mistake. Our engineering, our implementation doesn't create risk for our infrastructure and our users, infrastructure users, and ultimately our infrastructure contributes to the betterment of the society, because that's the ultimate objective of our infrastructure. Thank you once again for inviting me here and allowing me to share my thoughts. Once again, three cheers to the entire organizing team for organizing such a wonderful exhibition and conference and deliberating on a very apt theme which you have chosen for this year. Congratulations to entire team. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. K.K. Kapila to please address the audience and give his closing remarks. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Kapila.
Mr. Vaibhav Dange and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, delegates to the conference and members of media. I have penned down a few takeaways from this conference, which I'll share with you. Vision Zero needs to focus on safety and climate resilience in highway infrastructure development. Economy is driven by infra in every country, but all infra developments must be climate resilient only. Coordinated work of Ministry of Transport, Home Ministry and municipality in Singapore is a real example of best coordination through Land Transport Authority of Singapore, and thus makes it one of the most desired destinations in terms of infra safety, ITS, and everything else required for safe and sustainable transport. This needs to be translated in all parts of the world. There is a need for creating a national testing and certification facility to standardize shadow-cum material vehicles to reduce occurrence of crashes near highway construction work zones. There is a need to train the workers who are building the roads by the contractor, the consultant, and the client. All of them must have a road safety expert in their teams, which should be made mandatory by the Road Construction Authority. I would strongly recommend Ministry of Transport to take note and do it. There is a great potential of adopting large-scale digital transformation of highway infrastructure, leveraging intelligent road asset monitoring, digital twins, increased application of AI and machine learning, expedite vehicle-to-vehicle communication and vehicle-to-infrastructure communication. IETS needs to be made up to scale up for a small patch work to full-scale deployment for network, ensuring safer and smarter mobility in the network. Industry and highway agencies can handhold for pilots to be conducted involving trials of different sustainable materials in highway construction to facilitate technology translation of research effort of CRRI IITs, NITs, and other universities. Structured engagement of young highway professionals, researchers, academics, through annual conference like this global summit shall develop the pool of next generation professionals for change of attitude towards accommodating sustainability, technology, resilience, and safety, focusing in their routine working. The procurement mechanism must be changed as soon as possible. The general financial rules of the Government of India now permit 30% on quality and 70% on cost, which is a rare provision which hardly any part of the world has as of today. We are the first ones perhaps to have got this in place. This needs to be implemented post haste if we need to get proper quality of works done. L1 must be given goodbye. We need to take urgent implementation of school zone safety and adopting education in schools from class 0 to 12. Innovation in infrastructure involved in road network actually provide lasting benefits, especially with strategic and life cycle benefits. An example is jointless bridge deck, monopile option, and many others. We need to take an urgent action to finalize the road safety action plan, which is ready, where inputs from the government departments are lacking, and we need to have them in place as soon as possible. And in that regard, I will request Vaibhav Dangeji, as well as our friend from media, to please take note of it and press the government to do this at the earliest. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. K.K. Kapila to please present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Vaibhav Dange, founder, Build India Foundation. We want to thank him for coming here and sharing his experiences with the audience. I would request Mr. Kapila to also present mementos to our speakers on the stage. A memento for Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Director General, IRF, Geneva. A memento for Mr. Dio Tavre, Senior Vice President, IRF, India Chapter. A memento for Ms. Asha Lata, Director, NATPAC, Trivandrum, Kerala. A memento for Deepak Dash, reporter, Times of India. Mr. Srivastav has already been presented with a memento. I would request him to please present mementos to Mr. K.K. Kapila and to Professor Sikdar. And a memento for Professor Sikdar. the reason why mementos are not being given to those on the stage who are still seated is because they've already received mementos during their sessions. We value their insights and their contributions to the conference, and we have thanked them with a memento earlier on. Now, I would request Mr. Tavre to please come to the mic and give us the vote of thanks. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Tavre, Senior Vice President, IRF India Chapter.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. I will take 5 to 6 minutes. There are many names to take. IRF India Chapter is thankful to Mr. D.S. Mishra, IS retired, ex-Chief Secretary, Government of UP, for sparing his valuable time and attending this conference to attend one session. Mr. Sanjay Bandopadhyay, IS retired and member Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety. The IRFIC is grateful to him, thankful to him for attending. My friend Mr. Vaibhav Dange, founder Build India Foundation, he had assured us that he would make it to come. Yes, I know that you always meet your commitment. Thankful to you, sir. Thankful to you very much. Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Director General, IRF, Geneva. Thankful to sir for attending 2 days conference. Mr. K.K. Kapila, our founder president and President Emirates. Sir, I should say 1,000 times thanks to you. But how son can be, this is your institution now. I think till your last breath, you are not going to leave IRF and IRF will not leave you. So, as a customarily, पुराने जमाने में राजा बहुत खुश होते थे तो अपने शरीर का एक ऑर्नामेंट निकाल के देते। मेरे पास एक मोंट ब्लैंक का पेन है, मैंने खुद लिया मेरे पैसे से 2 साल। इस सर मैं आपको प्रेजेंट करना चाहता हूँ, बहुत महंगा और बहुत अच्छा पेन है। मैं राजा तो नहीं हूँ, बट इट्स अ टोकन ऑफ माय अफेक्शन। आई वांट टू प्रेजेंट दिस पेन टू यू। I will take another 2-3 minutes. Professor Sikdar sir, Chairman Technical Committee. राजा के पास एक ही दागिना होता है, एक ही ornament होता है, but definitely always you are in our heart. How at 79 you can be so energetic? So energetic, just 20-30 times a day on the dais and off the dais. Really, only I can say, may God bless you. Professor Parida sir, I think he's on the dais or off the, yes sir. Really, you are a part of IRF. Co-convener of Technical Committee. You are much younger to Professor Sikdar, but energy is par excellence. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Professor Veera Raghavan, sir, thank you. Your presence itself gives us a lot of energy because we somewhat reasonably, your generation, I think you and me may be of same generation, but I have always been admiring you. Though not got chance to meet but I'm always your follower. Thank you, sir. Thank you being part of this IRF. Mrs. Ashalata, thank you. You are director NatPac. Still name is NatPac? NatPac. So very old organization, very known organization. Thank you for being a panelist today. Our President IRF Akhilesh, very energetic, good inspiration to youngsters. Youngsters can take inspiration from you. Of course, you are very young. You are very young. Our Senior Vice President Pandey sir, 4 days you are staying for this conference. 4 days. Tomorrow also he is there. Thank you very much, sir. One of our Senior Vice President, Mr. Anil Kumar Gaikwad, very dynamic leader. He could not come due to the exigency of work. You must have heard that a propylene carrying tanker slipped on the express highway. Mumbai-Pune and road was closed for 32 hours. He had to be stationed there to see that traffic is restored, but still it took 32 hours. It's a lot of criticism. One of the express highway had to close for 32 hours. Propylene, so it is better than he could not make it. Otherwise, there would have been summons for him to be at site. So, Mr. Gaikwad, thankful to you for your inspiration, your support, your financial support. Now, I will read the name of our sponsors. These are very important entity of our part. Without their active support, it would not have been possible for us to conduct this conference very successfully. First, I will go to the exhibitor, ISIN, Cataline, 7-Star MPEX, CTM, Sai Rubber, Hindcon, Pragati Pevtech, Hindstar Road Technologist, DHI, CRRI, Citizen, JCB, Ajax and AC. These are our exhibitor. Thanks for their moral and physical support to us. We have 7 or 8 sponsors. Mr. Edit TR, Navayuga, MSRDC, again Mr. Gaikwad is the president, the managing director of MSRDC. Then Monte Carlo, Dinesh Chandra Agrawal, PNC, Akshay Infra from Mumbai, Interrise from Mumbai, GTF, JCB, SRM Contractor, AC, all these sponsors have supported us financially, so we could able to convey or conduct this conference in a very magnificent way. And not last, but all the delegates from the institution, from the government, we are really, IRF is very, very thankful to you for your patience in attending this 2 days conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
And sir, special thanks to Taude sir as well. He has been the source behind it. He has been every time. I think Mr. Kapila almost 4 to 5 times used to ring him. Arre bhai, ye karo, wo karo. And so, sir, thank you very much for your. You're the man actually behind this scene.
Big thank you to all the participants for their active participation, to all our speakers for their time, and to our sponsors and our exhibitor partners for their support. Thank you all. We'll see you next year, and please do join us for tea.
So, I correct my mistake, my apology. My younger brother Deepak Das is here. So he's my younger brother. Really, IRFIC is very grateful to you and thankful to you. Being your younger brother, always I miss your name. Okay.
He's a wonderful. Thank you very much.